Is that we live yet? Good morning out there. It's a new multi-stream chat. Good morning out there. How you doing? I'll be on here in just a little bit. I got to rest my voice for about an hour or so. Voice is getting jacked up from all the talking yesterday. I came on quite early. Couple seconds there. I'll give you guys an update. The volume up. All right, just a couple of heads up here. There's like this is the day before FOMC, of course. We start to roll into some of big tech earnings. I am looking for R2 is right. R2 is on. How was that? I don't know what that was. That beeping. At any rate, R2 is at 602.96. There is a possibility we could pop higher. I like the trade better, though, as a seller here. Not so much as a buyer. If you watch this, wait till some volume comes in the market here.
Markets
right in here.
The S&P 500, a buy side of 164 million.
Nasdaq 100. Hourly velocity is positive right now too for a move higher for a quick pop.
And the Magnificent Seven.
I just don't want to get caught in this.
1 million.
A lot of times in FOMC, what'll happen is in the morning you'll get like an initial pop. People try to get long on Tuesday, and they'll get trapped in and roped down the rest of the day. So we'll watch it this morning and see. I'm also long on USO. I got it open over here for you. Let me make this bigger. And I want to get long on TLT, which is over here. USO is a trade for me into like April. I like the back test that took place here on the daily trigger. So anyways, I'm long on USO. TLT is another great, or I think is a great trade this week. It was a great trade yesterday. I like this long into probably, you guys get the briefs know that there was money flow into like, 20, 30-year bonds this week. Now I did not get long on TLT, so I'd like to get long like down here. See this gap down below here. If I can get in like own some of this TLT down here, I will get long on TLT. And what else? I still don't own any of the market right now. In my view, I'd like to catch a low either on FOMC or some bad reports possibly this week. A lot of this tech stuff that's going on out there. I need to make sure like guidance I think is going to matter, and then like a swoop out. I showed you guys this last Friday, like a pin trade in the market that we swoop out of after earnings. Like there's a lot of put sellers out there right now that they're real quiet, right? And there's some real danger. There's some real panic danger out there. I don't know if I talked about. I think I might have wrote this in the brief last night and deleted it. I shouldn't be talking right now, by the way. It's supposed to be resting my voice, but last night I deleted a brief that I wrote we haven't hit a panic moment, but it's possible. I did read last night. I was reading some commentary from people saying that they were unwilling to put money in the market right now. Some people say, "Oh, there's an argument to be made there that they'll chase," but I think there is some. Like yesterday was day one of expected volatility in cash markets, so to be getting long on day one seems kind of like early, right? Like we know that we have a window between yesterday into possibly the 7th or even 14th of February of volatility. It just seems a little early to me. Like just like one day of volatility and all of a sudden everybody's bulled up. So I want to give it a couple more. I either want to give it a couple more days to get lower, get through FOMC, and hear what Jerome has to say, or get above the prior high with a back test and feel more confident. One of my rules for this year is to be a little bit more patient in taking longs in the market. So I want to stand by that because I think I'm going to get caught at some point this year if I don't exhibit patience in the cash market. So I don't want to do the 2018 like fucking bloodbath 10% down. Everything looks fine, and then we wake up, early mid February, and the market's getting fucking annihilated, right? They annihilate all these stocks in their ERs, and then all of a sudden, and like DIA is kind of topping again right now. DIA is kind of topping, so they could provide the liquidity to sell us down. It's like they blood the stocks, our stocks, let's say, in their earnings, and then we get a capitulation move in the indexes, and they could have bought down 10%. That's a big thing for me, like this year at least. I was thinking about something else last night, which was there's two things. There could be a panic moment, but a bigger one would be there's like a thesis here from Bears that's leaving me scratching my head right now, and I have to address it probably later on today. There's this bear thing where bears are looking for crashes this year, which I am too. But they're looking for it for some kind of a validation that they are right in some fashion. And they're not willing to address the idea that volatility in the market does not correlate to a bear market. And you really need to separate the two of those things as an investor. If we enter a bear market for 2-3 years, normally about a year and a half, but they can go 3 years. And volatility in the market is not a bear market, so you have to be really cautious of their view, right? As an investor, as a buyer, you have to be really conscious of their view. Like I saw a lot of talk yesterday about like we're gonna crash, bro, and I'm like, like, what's your perception of what that means? Like crashing in a bear market sucks. Like major trend changes are fucking brutal. They last for a long period of time. They take all your money away. We usually have max capitulation on stocks. We get bankruptcies. We get stocks that get repriced that never come back. There's all kinds of fundamental changes in the market that are completely different than if we have a drawdown of 15, 20, 30, even 30%, and it comes back in 1 month to begin to make new highs, and not only new highs, but huge gains, right? Like 30, 40%, like a 10% drawdown for a 20% gain, 15% drawdown for a 30% gain. Like those aren't really they're crashes, but they're like bullish crashes. So you got to really be careful here with, I almost want to say put your blinders on with some of these sellers, because they're all bared up, and it's probably the wrong, a really wrong viewpoint to have in that kind of stuff. You're talking some major fucking gains here. You could wind up at the end of this year being positioned as a buyer, and these guys will tell you that they'll buy that shit, but they don't. These guys, it's always crash, top of the market, never coming back. It's never ending fucking story, decade in, decade out. So there could be some real bargains this year, is my point. And when we are down there in those drawdowns, people get really fucking scared. They drink the Kool-Aid, and then they start talking to the bears, and the bears are like, well, it's down 20%, 30%. That's probably it. It's hard to explain this. And then, fucking 3 weeks later, we're back at all-time highs again, and we actually start climbing. So you got to be really careful this year in stance. And I think that's important. I think when we have an actual shift in market direction, you should get bearish, and you should become a seller, and you should get like doomish to some extent, right? If we have a major market direction change, I think it's okay to get bared up. But drawdowns in a bull market, I think your base case is to use patience and look for entries, not exits of the market. Because once we enter a bear market, it becomes like, do I get an out? Do they give me a clean exit? You really switch to, like, there's like money that you have to move out of the stock market and to other places to keep the value of your money up. And like, all right, let's talk. Like, we'll talk about this later today. But I gotta rest my voice for like another hour. We're gonna talk about this because there's all the like when you're going to enter a bear market, there's fundamental things you have to do with your money, so that you can outrun what's happening. Usually inflation. There's like a herd of money that leaves the stock market to try to outpace inflation. There's things you have to do in bear markets. If you're not in a bear market, you're still like you're keeping your money in risk in a bull market to beat good inflation. And you want risk on for your money to grow in a bull market, so that when you do enter these bear markets, if you're just keeping up with inflation, think about that, right? Or think about this. There's a reason why we have a stock market, is because you want to have returns that are outsized when we're in a bull market. So when you get into a market where you're just doing wealth preservation, you can't do wealth preservation in a fucking bull market in the stock market and then go to a bear market and be doing wealth preservation. What's the fucking point? You just fucking have your money managed. Or buy some fucking real estate. You have no business being in the stock market. You're looking for outsized returns in a bull market. So there's like a whole fundamental shift when you're going from a bull to a bear market. And it's important to keep that in mind. So oftentimes in these kind of scenarios where we are right now, you get caught up with like a bear telling you bear shit. And it's really not the appropriate time to be listening to that shit until we exit the actual bull market. You should be focused on patience and drawdowns, because you will still get those outside returns for a period of time. It could be 1 year. It could be, we could extend. I don't think we're going to extend it in 26, but we could. I mean, if we did extend it in 26 and you're just standing there, these fucking bears, you're going to miss out on making money. And I'll tell you what, if you miss out on making that money, when you get into that fucking bear market, your money is going to be stagnant for another 1.5 to 3 years listening to these fucking people. I get real angry at this stuff because it's a real genuine disservice to why you are fundamentally here in the stock market. There's like a fundamental reason why you are looking for outsized returns. Hang tight here. I got to take this call, I think. Hold on here. I got to check this. Wait one. Hold on. I got to get to a meeting here. We'll talk more about this morning, but we'll get back and talk about this like overarching approach to the market. So give me a second here. They're already trying to sell it here after bell. This is the pivot point if you're looking for a dip to buy to go up 597.71. But in all honesty, I have no interest in being a buyer of this market here. If you want to take a peek at something, USO is pulling back to its daily trigger right now to 78.06. Executed along on USO. I'm looking for this to hold this trade into like April. I'm also looking for TLT here. TLT's back testing and successfully bouncing on $87. I like this trade as well, this TLT trade. Not really interested in getting long in the stock market right away. And I'll be on the show here in just a few minutes. I need like an hour or two to rest my voice. I've been drinking water and drinking tea. So just keep it on the or just hang out in the show here, and I'll be back here in just about an hour or so. Yeah, private dances with hairy feet. I saw that. Did you guys see the 45 forever? Did you see that? I think it was like Alabama or Oklahoma wanted to ban like content creators for sex stuff. I was like, what happened to the government, the small government? What happened to small government? It's like small government in my bedroom. Yeah, we're kind of like maxed out up here too. This is like, make sure I got this right here. God, I'm on my fucking voice, man. Traditional one day, yeah, okay. This is the pivot point right here. If we're gonna go up, we're gonna go up right on this. You go right up on this this PP line right here. Excuse me here.
At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we get USCB consumer confidence, forecast 105.85 on the prior 104.7, with a range of 109 to 102. Richmond Fed Composite Index forecast -10 on the prior -10. US Treasury yields are pairing gains as US stocks turn negative. 10-year yield still up 2.1 basis points at 4.549%. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we get USCB consumer confidence forecast 105.85 on the prior 104.7, with a range of 109 to 102. We also get Richmond Fed Composite Index forecast -10 on the prior -10. One minute. 1 minute remaining. I'll lead with USCB consumer confidence. So Richmond Fed Composite Index coming out early, -4, higher than forecast, -10. 10 seconds. 104 spot 1, 104 spot 1 lower than forecast, 105 spot 9. CB consumer confidence prior revised 109 spot 5. Noting North Sea Troll crude loading set at 4 cargoes in March.
Tech cranking, baby.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Bank of America's Capistrand says US tariffs on Mexico may not occur. US stocks extend gains, Nasdaq up 1%.
Check 1, 2. Coming on here in just a moment. Old man, be right back. Get rid of that. Just 1 second here, guys. What am I looking for here? So I got a couple things I got to do here in the background.
Senate Democratic leader Schumer on Trump's federal spending freeze says it is dangerous and illegal.
I missed what was just said there. B of A's Capistron U.S. tariffs on Mexico may not occur. U.S. Senate Majority Leader Schumer on Trump's federal spending freeze. It's dangerous and illegal. I don't know how that relates to the market.
And Senate Democratic Leader Schumer says the head of State Attorneys General Association are going to court right away on the order. Schumer says Trump does not have the authority to ignore the law, and we will fight the order.
See what I can find here. Give me a second, guys. The NVDA looks great this morning. Apple cranked this morning. NASDAQ up, gang right now. If this is the NVIDIA bounce, then a possible further bear looks scary. We are below the 200-day moving average. I'm actually open to closing the gap fully today. We are coming into some resistance right now, so just be aware of it right now. This is where the sellers are. We can extend up here, though, and like fail to close the gap. 606.23 to the upside. Still look for some kind of a pullback here. Let's go back to a 1 minute here. And also, there's a few things we got to look at here. Where do I need to be? I'm having issues this morning. So you can guarantee that the sellers are up here. This is where they are. We know that. We also know that there's somewhere in here. So just be conscious of. We have a half an hour trigger crossing. We have a 5 minute trigger crossing. So we also have this S or R2 right in here at 602.96. So a little bit less risk on right now. Let me change this. I don't know why the fuck am I in gray still here. Be careful of a roll down here, and you've got the 5 minute. You got the 5 minute and the half an hour trigger crossing the hourly trigger. So this will act as a magnet for a pullback, even if we are to break above here today. Just watch it closely. This is the time to take some risk off here. But I am open to this, the rest of this trade here, this upside trade to 606.22 to wick that bad boy up there. And not only that, the 30-minute trigger looks good, or Velo looks really good here. Still looks really bullish right here. So this is all really nice for more upside action. Just watch out for that quick blood. Quick pump and then pull. Little rub and tug, bam. And then come back down and check that stuff to go back higher. Hey, John Haggerty. Yeah, it was nice talking to you last night, too. Good to see you. How's everybody doing this morning? Hold on a minute here. I got to be right back, guys. Hold on one second. Getting in trouble here. I live in a place that is. I think I live in the number 1 or number 2. I live in the number 1 or number 2 most cloudy place in the U.S. It's like Portland.
Bank of America's Capistrand says tariffs threats may end with the USMCA review.
And so I live in Michigan, and Michigan's kind of wonky. It's I don't know if you've ever been here or lived here or not, but it's in a wonky time zone. Part of the time zone, it's in the ass end of Eastern time zone, and at the start of Central. And it's in the northern part of the country, of course, right? So our winters here are extremely long. It's very dark in the morning, and then it gets very dark early. Although we do get, in the summertime, we get way longer light hours. So in the morning, it's dawn is early, and then we have twilight until at least 10 at night, maybe even 11 at a peak summer. But you might think like, yeah, well, summer you get all the sun that you need. It's a very cloudy here, so I had an alert go off to take it. So in the winter, I take vitamin D, like loads of it. Even being outside, there's just not enough sun. So I'm trying to click that right now. Whew. I added USO to my portfolio, and I added, or I want to add TLT to my portfolio, but I haven't added TLT yet. I want to on this pullback. My forecast for today. My forecast today is right where we are, 602.50, but I am open to 607.36 on today for an upside target. 607.36. I like slightly lower. I'd like to say 60. Like conservatively would be 606.16. That's this. This was in your brief last night. This little wick right here. But I think it converts to a major downside move. I am not bullish here yet. I'm not like, hey, we're escaping bullish at this point in the market. I would need to see better price action for continuation of the upside. No, there's no maybe. We pretty much I check back on all the predictions we have. We're right about 70% of the time. There's no like maybes. It's fairly simple. It's not that hard. It's fairly simple. We should see a wick though. So like on a can, like in an hourly candle, you'd see the push higher here, and then the wick down. This would turn into a wick. We get the general direction of the market correct. Yeah, it's facts, right? I'm not gonna argue this shit. There's like no point in arguing that stuff. I should pump myself up more than I do, but I don't, of course. Should you be getting puts? No. Let's talk about that right now. So I was discussing this earlier this morning on the stream when we first turned the stream on, which is let's think about this from a long-term, at least for myself. My long-term projections is I'm bullish on this market this year. We're in a bull market. We are not in a bear market. So let's think about that for a minute. Are we in a bull market? Yes. That's what we're in. There is no argument that we're not in a bull market. There's no facts saying that we're not in a bull market. So your long-term projections is that you're trying to buy a dip. Now, if you're like, hey, I'm buy side and sell side, that's okay. We can day trade that if you want. So if you're like, hey, should I be buying puts here for that downside leg? Not in my view. We're still we're in accumulation, so you should be a buyer of dips here. Now, if you're like intraday wanting to trade or be a seller or something like that, and you want to catch that downside move that's expected for the rest of this week, you could do a put spread if you wanted. If you're interested in that, some kind of a put spread, but I don't even recommend that. This is an operation of buying dips. So in the midterm, the way is higher, and you should be looking for about three seasonal lows this year. Actually, 4. This is one of them. So you should be getting a low right around now. Okay, right in this vicinity. This like February, possibly into the beginning of January, or sorry, excuse me, late January, start of February. Right. So let's talk about midterm expectations. You're a buyer of the dip now. Does that make sense? So your viewpoint, even on a midterm, your viewpoint should be trying to get long for this quarter, which is right now. Started yesterday, lasts into possibly the first week of February, let's say, February 7th to 14th. And you're looking for a print in like March and April. You're then looking for a market move to the downside in sometime in April to get long for summertime. Does that make sense? right? So they're going to sell that long, hopefully, right? A seasonal long until we get into the summer doldrums, which is when we begin to trade sideways, and then we roll down in July. Normally, you'll be looking for another dip to buy and this like July low to trade up into the beginning of September. Now, think about that logic right there. Just think about that. So if we're trying to buy puts or put spreads or trying to get short right now, it's kind of insane. It's like I want to buy puts right here, and then I want to buy calls in the top. Does that make sense? Like you're trying to buy calls in late March, play catch up. Just like everything is opposite, right? You're looking for excess downside moves to get long right now. You're not trying to time the downside move. You shouldn't be, in my view at least. So you're looking for opportunities to get long here, right? So if we're at a seasonal high, you're looking for opportunities to either call your longs or get short, right? One or the other. You're either culling longs or you're trying to get short, or at least hedge your longs. Take some off, maybe something like that. So midterm. In the short term, for right now, if you wanted to maybe get a put spread or something like that, like mid-February, you could possibly look for that somewhere where we are right here, with some kind of a. I don't even know if I recommend a put spread. I recommend more somewhere in here, even just a bear ratio spread. That's what, if it was me, I'd be like, bear ratio spread here, somewhere up in here, for protection. And then I would be sitting back looking for another low to buy into if you didn't buy in yesterday in the morning, right? And that excess downside move, that 3.5% down move, or at least be sitting on my hands with some kind of a hedge in the market and looking for that 5 or 10% move down if it's possible we can get that in the next couple of weeks. Now, yesterday was the first day of volatility in a week or so, at least, of volatility, right? We're moving into volatility. We've got an FOMC meeting tomorrow, which can be volatile, right? Now, we have a lot going on with policy in the government right now. Got orange juice this morning was $12 a gallon for the shitty store brand, like the gallon crappy, I don't know, like pre-frozen crap that they put in a jug. I saw reports of that was at $11-12. And we have an inflation report coming out here shortly. We got eggs going through the roof right now. We got the bottoming in used car market. So we've got some possible inflation coming up, don't we? We've got volatility and inflation. As a matter of fact, I've been talking with family and friends that are high net worth individuals. I was discussing it here in the Discord this morning. People are getting scared. That's not something to be taken lightly, but it's not something to trade either. These people get it. My friends and family miss runs all the time. These people are like, I missed the buy, the seasonal low to buy. When can I jump in? And they're trying to jump in on a top of a seasonal long, right? So they're not the most reliable people to be watching, but you got to gauge people. Hey, what are your thoughts right now on
funding and acts if he refuses
the stability of the market? And my uncle's MAGA, and he's like talking Trump correction shit. They're gonna price him in. That was what he said to me. They're gonna do a correction on all of his policies. All the Dems are mad, and you're mad. Are you mad? I was actually asked that question. I was like, so I'm talking to him, and I'm like, what part don't you understand? It's my Uncle Billy. I'll just tell you his name. It's my Uncle Billy. I'm like, what part don't you understand, Uncle Billy? I'm like, I fucking have two hats for this. I'm like, I don't like Trump, but I love him as a trader. I'm like, he brings volatility, man. I'm like, I love him. I'm like, I don't know why you keep asking me that question. But even he's worried, at least for the market, at least. And so we're not in a bear market. Should we buy put spreads or puts here? Probably not. we have right now, there's a few things we got going on here. So let's talk about, like, should I buy a put spread? Or how would you buy puts here? How would you identify that? Well, currently we're prices above the hourly trigger. We have a cross right now, the 5-minute and the half-hour trigger. That's all bullish. There's a giant fucking gap right here that needs to be closed. That's all bullish. We're breaking above the 4-hour and daily resistance right now. That's all bullish. We've got velocity on a 30-minute basis. That's bullish. You wouldn't get in front of a fucking Mack truck, right? So I wouldn't get in front of that. If you were looking, though, to get in front of this, you'd be looking for a failure, right? And a rejection. So what you'd be looking for here would be price to blast off, right?
January 30th to settle on February 4th.
Fail to close the gap. Begin to roll back down. You're not even short yet. You're just like watching. So if you want to get short, you got to watch price come back down. And you'd be looking for that back test of the daily trigger, right? Or the hourly trigger right here, right?
Macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only
And you'd want to see the break of it, wouldn't you? And then a new low. So you get the break of the hourly trigger, right? You know where buyers are. They're right here. This is where the buyers are. They're right there. So what are you looking for? You're looking for a new low below 597.5. You're still not short there. Like literally, if you're a bear in a bull market, you have to be way more careful than I do. So you got to watch like blood, ricochet back up, failure to get a new high, and then the new low to begin to even think about getting short here. Like you have a lot of work here. Unless you're trying to top tick shit, which I'm sure you are, sure like want to be a pro. But I'll tell you what, like when you're trying to top tick this stuff, I guarantee your win rate is horrible. So you just let the markets show you weakness and know when to get in a high probability win. And not only that, all of this work that needs to take place is not for this to go down here. It's for a way larger move down. So let's go look and see where that move is. So that move is, this is where the gravy is right here. The gravy is never trying to pick the top. Like trying to top tick this is not where the money is. The money is, hold on here. If you're going to stay in this market and try to day trade or intra-week trade as a bear in a bull market, you need to be very careful, right? You have to be smart, believe it or not. Patient. Exude patience, right? You need to see the failure here, breakdown, right? And then the failure of a buyer, right? You want to see the buyers fail in here and start to get that new low. When they do, you're in there for just that part of the trade. This is the high probability, 90% of the time, believe it or not, it's a winner. That trade is, you're wealthy. You're doing well if you're patient, just tagging that part of the trade. That's it. That's all you're in for. Now you could day trade, intraday trade this stuff. Like you can trade like a 5-second chart. That all works. You if you're not trading like a 1-minute chart, I'm being serious here. You can trade like a 5-second chart, 30-second chart, and trade all of these mechanics in here. It's just in a 1 minute, so you can see it. So you get the pivot point down here. You can trade just this right here, in there. You can trade just this in here. So you're just in for that. You're just in for that. You jump back in or whatever you want to be, but on a specific time frame. But on a larger time frame, if you're looking for that big bloodbath, you know, on a 30-minute chart or a one-day chart or something like that, we're not ready to be selling this yet. There's been no like failure yet. You need to see that failure and have proof of that failure, right? So let's talk about that for a minute. So no matter what time frame you're on, you could be in a weekly time frame, you could be in a monthly time frame, you could be in a daily time frame, 1 hour, 4 hour, whatever, a 1 minute time frame. It doesn't matter. 30 seconds. You're going to come down or into. So you've got consolidation or distribution, right? Price is either going to come down into consolidation and distribution or come up into it, isn't it? One or the other, right? When we come into one of these zones, either down or up, there are different behaviors. Sometimes we auto reject. Sometimes we immediately bounce and we're off and running. But more often than not, we'll come into this zone and you'll begin to consolidate. And this is where traders go to die. Traders go to die in here all the time. And they're always like shot calling. We're going up from here. We're going to consolidate, bro, and break higher. Yeah, then it breaks down, right? Or we're gonna bounce, bro, and come back up, and then it breaks down, right? Bro, it's a fucking falling leaf, dragon tooth, fucking bear thing. It's reverse over the shoulder, pig, fucking head over here that's going, and it's gonna go up, bro. So. Let's say you have you've got some kind of descending fucking consolidation here, and we break higher, right? And we're up in here now, and you're like, we're going up, cap, right? And let's just pretend it breaks down, okay? It doesn't really matter if it's going to break up or down. But you're looking for signs of bullish or bearishness. So we're consolidating. You get the low in this case. Are you short there? No. You're watching candlestick price action to see if the buyers are weak or not. You can actually see if they're weak. If they catch the new high up here, it'll come back down. And it'll go up. You've broken the stops of these sellers. You've pushed sellers back, and you're stronger than the sell side. So we're going to move higher. Now, if we break up here, and there's no will of the buyer, you're going to see the roll. You're like already over here, Johnny, on the spot to sell this bad boy down. Now, even though your thesis is we're going higher, you still want to be watching price action. You want to be watching momentum, and all these other is there major sellers up here? This is what the sellers were, just like up there. Now they're right here, right? So you gotta know kind of what's going on in the background to that trade. So let's look back right now. There's no weakness, is there? Currently, is there? And they're trying to break higher right now and close this gap up. You can see it right up here, right? On a 15-minute basis. Whoop. There's a giant gap right here to close, isn't there? Do you see it? And they're still trying to get up here, aren't they? So if you're a seller, you could possibly look to stand up here as a seller, or up here, You know there's sellers right here. Or you're waiting for the roll and you're just like Johnny on the spot waiting for the break lower to take this to downtown. But we're not there yet. So should you be buying puts right now? Fuck no. Absolutely not. You should not be buying puts right now. You need to be watching for weakness, and we don't have it at this point. Now, there is some positivity here, which is we know the sellers are up here. We know they're up here. We know they're up here. We are going to guess that they're right about here. So they're sitting here right now. We know that they're sitting here, right? So just like I just showed you in that little shitty drawing I showed you, right? What can we assume right here? We can assume that someone's trying to get short. You can see that from just these wicks, they tried to sell it. And you know they got stops right here. And if they get pushed away, they're going to get squeezed, right? Woo, get squeezed, baby. And they're going to try to come back again and sell you right here. I don't know that this is the best time to be taking that trade unless you have really good management of your stops, probably in futures. You would be trading this in futures and not in like zero dates, stuff like that. And you're just kind of like taking a guessing game right now, right here, which is not really the best thing to be doing. You want to see the momentum be turned negative and join in on that momentum to the downside. And right now, on a 30-minute basis, it's still kind of bullish. Check it out right here. You can see it. You want to fuck around with that right now? Let's look and see what happened right here. You want to fuck around with hourly momentum that's turning up from negative. This is where you're buying dips and you're selling rips. Buying dips, selling rips, buying dips, selling rips on an intraday basis. So let's take a look and see what happened if you jumped in with a put here. Yeah, you're getting fucked up, right? Wham, wham. Bye-bye stops, bye-bye stops, bye-bye stops, bye-bye stops, bye-bye stops. And to boot, something fascinating about yesterday, and what I love about S&P 500 is, what is the S&P 500? Anybody know? The S&P 500 is resilient. That's why we have an S&P 500. We're in a bull market. The S&P 500 is made up not of one company, it's made up of the best companies in our fucking stock market. So yesterday, we had a major downside move. Think about what it took for this drop yesterday. And where did we close yesterday? Closed the day cash market. We closed right here. So think about the resilience and what it took. We were down at the close yesterday, 1.26% on the day, in one day. That's some resilience. We had DeepSeek come out. We've got volatility everywhere. We've got an FOMC meeting. And at the close of yesterday, we had a downside move of 1.26%. I know that we got crazy in the overnight and pre-markets and all that stuff. That's fake shit, isn't it? That's a low volume environment. In cash market with real buyers, we didn't lose that much, did we? So this market is resilient even in the face of volatility. We also know today, if you got the brief last night, that we have the open window for buying, right? I talked to you about that in the brief last night. So there are buyers here starting today in the face of all of this. Why? Because they're trying to get long for a print in late March. So imagine thinking to yourself, I want to short this. In reality, you're just looking for lows to buy to get long. You're going to be the same person that's trying to short this here and then trying to get long on a top. So you got to change your brain Like, if you're right-handed, do things left-handed. That's how it should feel to you. So if you're left-handed, do something right-handed. That's how the market should feel to you. It should feel the opposite of whatever your fucking brain is telling you. It should always be the opposite. There were people in the show yesterday that were trying to get short into the close because it felt right. There were people that came into the market yesterday in the morning trying to get short. They got burned all the way up and out right now. So they didn't get short on Friday. They didn't get out at 12:30 to 1:30. We said that was your last chance, right? Came down, opened Monday, blast down, and they're trying to get short. I was on Reddit yesterday on all these finance subreddits. Economic collapse, this, stocks are this, our technology, fucking our, I don't know, fluent in finance, fucking Wall Street bets, you name it. I was on all of them yesterday. All the top comments, market red tomorrow. They were pushing it all day long. People with like 500,000 fucking followers. YouTube videos everywhere yesterday. 150,000 views. Market red tomorrow. DeepSeek. We're totally fucked. So, and they're all getting smoked right now. Oh, smoked into the close, smoked in the overnight, smoked right now, smoked right now, smoked right now. So they're getting smoted. And that lends to when you're reading shit out there, consuming shit, it's a story that has sizzle. It has nothing to do with the fucking price of the stock market. Nor does it have anything to do with where we're going to be and where we're going and that kind of stuff. If anything, whenever you read shit, it's always the opposite. Just don't fucking believe them. They're either regurgitating shit or they're fearful or they're fucking FOMOing or they're, whatever it is, they're late to the party. If it wasn't like that, they'd all be fucking rich. So, seriously. So if this is going to roll over here, just allow the market to begin to roll over and look for the rules and tools that you have for that roll and be Johnny on the spot. Have your fucking hand right on the SQQ or the TQQ if you're trying to get long and just wait to see the signs of it and then slam that fucking button the moment you know it's happening. But until then, you can't be just like willy-nilly slam, slam, slam. Statistically, you're going to lose. You're going to lose enough that you're going to get fucking annihilated. So you got to kind of have rules in place. And the last key part of this is you cannot have 20/20 hindsight vision. If you don't know what that is, it's like this trader vision where you go back and go, oh, Cap just yelled at me about this roll. And we rolled. The other, statistically, you would have been wrong 7 out of 10 times. But your brain tells you, oh, it would have worked that one time. It is very important for you as a trader and investor to have some like ground rules, even if they break. Like, only in these circumstances am I getting long. Only in these circumstances am I getting short. Only in these circumstances I'm going to sit on my hands. Hey, maybe a trade ran away from me. That's okay. It's okay for you to not take every fucking trade every fucking day in the market. You don't always have to be long or short in the market. And specifically right now, we've got volatility. We could come up here today, right? Blast up. And you're like, woo, I'm long, baby. And for the bulls. And then you come in, you got Fed Chair Powell tomorrow. Fuck all of you. Right? So we got some flows coming in the market, but as a bull, or even as a bear, or I guess as a bull, you're just looking for opportunities to get long. Where are you looking for this print? Way, 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 way down the road. 2 months from now, 2 months. 3-month trade, 4-month trade. Hopefully you get paid. So we're not even trying to take the money right now. Just trying to get long wherever you can get an opportunity to get long. If you're a bull, you should be welcoming volatility in the next couple days, right? You got some more data coming out. Any low you can get. Whatever you can get for a low. What can I get long in? That's what you're looking for. If you're a bear here and you've got this thesis that the stonk market is going to crash, you're reading some fucking asshole on fucking Reddit or Twitter or fucking YouTube telling you the market is over. I don't know what to say to you. Is price, has the daily trigger crossed below the weekly trigger? No. Is price of S&P 500 underneath the monthly trigger? No. Those are factual, clear demarcations in a bull and bear market. They've been fucking wrong since November. They've been calling tops since 2 years ago. Famous people you know called tops in February of last year. I know who they are. You know who they are. Some of you know who they are. When fucking yesterday, Dan Ives came out and said to you, what? What did Dan Ives say yesterday? Let me read it to you. This is a guy who's a badass. What did he say yesterday? Anybody remember? I'll read it to you right now. And these are the same people that bitch, whine, moan. They never fucking stop. Do they? I missed the run up, Cap. Now I just want to get long, man, and it blew past me. I'm really bearish here, Cap. It just like never ends. And they miss it. We'll be back down here, Cap. Trust me, bro. What did Ives say yesterday? Let me see if I can find what Ives had to say yesterday here. Hold on. Dan Ives yesterday. No U.S. Global 2000 is going to use a Chinese startup DeepSeek to launch their AI infrastructure and use cases. He just got honest with you. I was pretty impressed by that. Is like you're out of your fucking skull if you think that the U.S. is going to base. What's funny too is I read an Axios article this morning, and they couldn't find an answer to how DeepSeek was developed. China is famous for using other people's shit. They don't develop this shit. They don't do the legwork. They run off, they steal, and then further push other people's hard work. They got backdoors. Last night on BluesSky, I posted all the user privacy, user agreements for DeepSeek. They give you access to everything, or you grant them access to everything. You give them the fucking keys to the castle. At the end of the day, there is only one chip company in the world launching autonomous robotics. One in the world. In broader AI use cases, and that is NVDA. Launching a competitive LLM model for consumer use cases is one thing. Launching a broader AI infrastructure, changing the fucking world is the whole other ball game. And nothing with DeepSeek makes us believe anything different. And here's the big quote here. The bears have missed the historical rally in tech stocks the last 2 years and will miss the next 2 years consistently or constantly, waiting for the black swan event to end the AI revolution trade. Even when it happens, you're given a fucking exit. These are elephants. McGilligan yesterday admitted that you have to own it. You can't not own it. And when they have to exit, they're an elephant that takes some time to get out. They don't just get out. You could clear as day see them exiting. And even so, you got to stay long that whole entire time. And when you do exit, had you stayed in for the 2.5 years or 3 years or 4 years or whatever, you have plenty of time to exit. It's just like getting long this last quarter in September, October, November. You don't care if we get a good earnings. You just take the money and walk. Your time frame or your outlook needs to be a little bit farther out in time. You're given the advantage of being able to exit before other people and not being fucked up instead of playing like a 1 day or a weekly or a, whatever. And these people are here right now. They're on YouTube. They're on Twitter. They're on fucking Reddit. They're everywhere. They're on the news. And what is he saying? He's saying, they missed it. They missed the rally. They're mad. They're angry. They missed the rally. They're waiting for a black swan event. From the Fed moments, rumors of NVIDIA Blackwell delays, Tokyo Black Monday, and today is no different. These are just the opportunities to own NVIDIA, Microsoft, Alphabet, Palantir, Salesforce, Amazon, and the broader tech ecosystem that is under heavy pressure today. This is from yesterday. DeepSeek impressed the tech community with his LLM model, but this is not launching 100 times the capacity algorithms that is needed to even consider this as a competitive threat in our view. You're talking about a whole entire world they're trying to build. Right now, you can see it. Elon Musk, every fucking tech bro out there is trying to change. They got crypto bros trying to buy the presidency. Donald Trump, 2 years ago, 2019, I think, quote, crypto's a scam. Donald Trump today, nope. It's the future of everything. That's all money pouring in. You see crypto bros trying to change major policy in our country, around the world. You're going to drop that for some shitty LLM that's in the lead from somebody that's using the fucking shovel and isn't building the shovel? In the brief last night, I talked to you about, and I've talked to you about this in the show before, you want to own the shovel company. Who the fuck makes the shovel? NVIDIA. And from time to time, the people that use the shovel are going to be, one's going to be better than the other. One guy's got a better fucking swing. One gal's got a better fucking swing. You own the shovel company. Who cares who's using the shovel? They'll explain themselves. There'll be differences in who's winning. And even further than that, own the shovel company. And who's going to be the fucking the backbone of all of this? A Chinese company? You're out of your fucking skulls. You think they're going to let you think these guys are going to let a Chinese company run this shit? You think we're just going to hand the fucking keys over to China and say, "Here, buddy, it's all yours"? You're out of your fucking skulls? But that's what's being peddled to you, right? Being peddled to you everywhere. YouTube last night, what was it? 200,000 views. AI's dead. Sell some tickets, baby. Let's sell some sizzle. Can it be dead? Maybe. It ain't showing it yet. There'll be plenty of time to exit. What about Apple? What about when Apple was trading like $2, $3 way back in the day? After the tech bust, right? What's that shit worth now? Share of Apple's worth, what, $26,000? Might even be more today. Imagine listening to those people back then. It's fucking stupid. Stop listening to bears. Being honest with you. Stop listening to doomers. Stop listening to Black Swan. Stop it. Seriously. You're going to wake up and be old and be like, what the fuck happened? Been listening to these fucking people for 2 decades. Don't do it. Don't fucking listen to them. Every opportunity to get long, you get long. Own it forever. And pick quality. If you're like, well, Cap, what if I pick the wrong company? S&P 500. NASDAQ. They rotate them in and out. You don't have to work hard. Easy. Sell options. All this like bear shit. It drives me batty. How many hedge funds blow up doing this? It's constant. It's constant. Decade in, decade out. It's not. Wall Street admits this. Hedge funds ask them. It's not easy being short. It's a hard fucking life. Some people do well at it, but for most people, don't be focused on that. Trying to find nice deep lows to get long. It's an easy button. You want to change your life? Get long. And this is the time to be getting long. Don't be chasing that shit like we wind up on this show like at the tops of seasonal highs. And it's always like, like fighting for fucking crumbs. I didn't get long back there, Cap. I was listening to the guys on YouTube telling me that the AI revolution was dead. Or this is going to happen or that's going to happen. All this fucking doom. Even if it was doom, they're going to give you a chance to exit in orderly fashion every single time. Every single time. So here are the buyers from this morning right here. These are the intraday players. They're right here. They pumped it up, took it up. Got our natural sell point right here. We're going to find out if they're still here right now. Are the buyers still here or not? USO just retraced its pre-market low. TLT coming into a point of interest. I was looking for 87.65 and possibly 87.21. There was a bear that came out this morning. Her name was, I forget her name right now. She's like a perma bear. I'll read what she says to you. Where is she? Where is she at? Here we go. Rebecca Chang. She's, in my view, I've always called her a bear. She's always been like bared up at the wrong time, always at the tail end of being bearish. Mag 7 is significantly underhedged after January expiry, as 32% of put options were let expired, and most hedgers haven't put back on his current put open interest. Remained at 29% below January 17th level. This has caused NASDAQ top 25 stock PC ratio to drop from 1 year high in Jan 17 to almost 5-year low. This could explain the steady sell flow Monday U.S. afternoon without the unwind of spectacular positioning at the end of Monday. I think tech stocks could have more short-term downside. I'm in agreement with that. Especially giving uncertainty around earnings and FOMC this week. But instead of the gap move, is more likely to be an orderly unwind, which is why I like Treasury upside more than VIX upside as a hedge, in addition to 1 week equity hedge that I proposed earlier. That was Rebecca Chong. So more downside to come? Yeah, I think that's okay to say right now. But for what end result? Higher. It's higher. It's not market crash. It's not doom and gloom. It's not the top is in. They've been calling the fucking top for years now. So look for opportunities to get long here. That's what your whole focus should be on. Have a list of stuff you want to be long in. S&P 500, NASDAQ, NVDA, whatever it is, I don't care. Whatever your favorite thing is, look to get long. And then we're going to talk one more thing. And this is the important part. One more thing. This is from this morning. And I was talking about it this morning, and I wanted to reinforce it again today, which is first 2 years of this bull market were pretty fucking easy. It should get more difficult as we move forward. But I want to talk to you more importantly about what I just said to you, which was your thesis. We're in a bull market. I want to talk to you about this over years. You go to work every day, right? You have a job, and you can put your money in a 401k, generally speaking, savings account, right? Something like that. Buy a house. Maybe you make enough money that you can hire a financial advisor and have them manage some of your leftover money. If you're like raising the kids, they're getting a little bit cheaper. And I want you to think about this. It's very important. It's like mindset. So you come into a part of your life where you have some savings. And when you have money, and I mean money that you don't need to spend, you know, like I went through, when my kids were young, I would have like a fire every like month. I would save money, right? I would save money over a year. I would save money my wife didn't even know about. And all of a sudden there'd be a fire. Oh shit, this broke. Oh shit, that broke. Oh shit, it did the taxes wrong this year. I need 10 grand, five grand here, 10 grand there, 20 grand here. And I'd be pissed, be angry. And I'd have to give that money, right? And fight that fire. And it was hard, right? Take on debt, pay this shit. I call it robbing Peter to pay Paul. I lived in a place that was, didn't matter what I made. It's crazy too. I was making at that time, about 200 grand a year between my wife and I. This was, more than a decade ago. It's like making 400 grand right now. And I was poor. I lived in some of the best places in the U.S., but I always lived within paying, right? Or being on credit, or like always just in time, right? Making this payment, that payment, this payment, that payment, driving a nice car, not a used car, you know, comparing myself with my neighbors. Best of this, best of that, best of this for the kids, best of that for the wife, all that stuff. And as I got into my like 30s, I started getting panicking. I couldn't sleep at nighttime. When I get hurt, get sick, miss a payment, miss that, anything, I'm fucked. Our system is built for that. Our capitalist system in the U.S. is built to wash you out at some point, one way or another. As a matter of fact, 2007 and 8, we made changes in this country, rule changes, in how you can or are given free money. The government will give you free money, believe it or not, right? They look QE. Like the business cycle is the government gives you free money. They give you a chance to turn that money into more money or fuck up and get washed out. They changed the rules Now, older people are not given that much leeway, so they're able to accumulate wealth till they're old. But when you start to get beyond that in your adulthood and you get to save money and not have to fight fires, not have to fight off creditors, kids aren't costing as much. Finally bought something that's going to last for you, right? No more crazy cars. You finally buy a Toyota and it's like, hey, it never breaks down anymore. Woo! I don't need that. I don't need that Land Rover or that Beamer, right? Finally got to pay off that note on that Toyota. Start to save money. And this is the key point here. All of a sudden, I'm saving money. And I got it in a savings account. I got it in a 401k. And I want to make more money off that money, right? I want to beat inflation. I want to retire. Right? I don't want to make 5%. I want more. I don't want to make under 20%. I want to see if I can beat 15, 16, 17 in the good years of the stock market, right? In a 401k. So when you have money and you're going to manage your own money and you want to beat this thing, right? You got to know that there's cycles where you can make more money or you're trying to outrun the cost of owning that money. So we're in a bull market, right? So right, that's where we are. This is the opportunity for you to make money. So why would you be thinking about puts? It's an opportunity to put that money to work for high returns, right? Until things change, until a business cycle ends, economic cycle ends. So you get high returns. And when that money exits the stock market, it's like an elephant that runs to protect it. And it goes elsewhere. It goes to what? Goes to bonds, goes to bills, like T-bills, goes into savings accounts, goes into housing. And you'll see like this herd money. And it goes from place to place to place to place, all in an effort to get high returns when it's possible, when the money's flowing. And then it goes into protection mode, right? Protect. We're not in protection mode yet, are we? We're not. We're starting to get there, but we're not. We're getting there, though, right? And maybe I'll take a little bit off the table here. I'm going to watch for when the herd leaves the stock market. Have they left yet? Mm-mm. They haven't. They're still looking for returns right now. Trying to squeeze out that last little bit. If you can't do that, you might as well not be in the stock market. Because I'll tell you what happens. If you're in protection mode while you're in a bull market and you're exposing your wealth for higher returns, and you say, you know what? Too risky. I'm reading this stuff in the newspaper. I'm reading this stuff watching CNBS about DeepSeek, and I'm on FinTwit, I'm on Reddit, I'm on this, I'm on that, and there's problems everywhere. So you get scared. I get scared. So I miss the bull market. And then I come into a bear market. The herd of money's leaving. What am I going to do with my money then? I go with them, I put it into bonds, and I put it in a savings account. I'm just barely keeping up with inflation. Now I'm not making 20%. I should have just fucking left it with a financial advisor. Before you know it, I go through 2 cycles. My money is worth less than what I was doing accumulating it over what? 5, 8 years, 10 years? Maybe I get caught in a bear cycle. I take a haircut, but I didn't make any money in a bull cycle. So that really fucks me up, right? Before you know it, I get angry, put it back in a managed account, and I walk away, right? So be careful what you're consuming out there with like the doom, the gloom, all that kind of shit. And when you go into a bear market, you're going to know it. It's very easy. Very easy to see when we enter a bear market. It's very easy to see when we go and risk off. Your whole viewpoint here should be, how do we get long this year? Just started a brand new year. How do I get long? They just told me that DeepSeek's going to replace everything. Sweet. You took down a company to what? You just clipped this company like fucking one of the biggest, baddest U.S. companies just got a haircut. Literally just got a discount. Apple, discount. NVDA, discount. Friday, I went over all these companies with you. Charted them all out with you, and I said, yeah, they're all going to get a haircut into their ERs. They all did, didn't they? Everybody's frozen. Like, what do you mean? These are our companies. This is the United States of motherfucking America. Just got given a gift. Maybe they'll get another haircut this week, next week. Hopefully you can jump on that train. You think that what? Apple's going to go bankrupt because of DeepSeek? Right in your fucking skull. These people are not Americans, in my view. They don't believe in America. Buy puts because it's going down. Just be like, think about your mindset. Think about someone telling you out there, like, this is it. It's the top. I think it's disingenuous to say that shit. You really do, and like S&P 500 in particular, you really need it, like, price right now needs to be below the monthly trigger. Below. And when the turn came in late 2022, everyone got long. So you're getting long here still. Any pullbacks this year to the monthly trigger, any pullbacks this year, that's the last part of this. This is the important part. You've got like Gem saying, hey, we're going to get volatility this year, right? You got bears right now that are like, oh boy, we're going to get some crashes this year. There's a marked difference between a bear market and a major correction or a crash in a bull market. Very two distinct different things. So if you're getting, you wake up one morning, we're down 10%, 15, 20, 30 in a bull market. These bears are like, woo, we won, baby. They didn't win shit. Your view should still be, oh shit, I got a chance to buy. That 10% down move is likely going to translate into 20 up in a bull market within a month, 3 months. That's a huge fucking return in 3 months in a bull market. Much different than being in a bear market. It's a concession, or it's just a continuation of losses, especially on your shittiest tickers for a long period of time. Then you go into like stagflation for another 5 years, like losing like 3, maybe 5 years, maybe even 8. It's really bad. So in bull market, you need to take the money when it's there and rip it out of the market's hands. Can't believe I'm talking like this. Sound like a fucking permabull, but it's true. It really is true. So even when we come into the end of a bull run, it is the most dangerous time to be listening to a bear. And it is the time to be getting long for outsized returns. When you have major corrections and crashes in a bull run, there's some of the biggest, baddest returns of the entire run. That's why I hear people say blow off top, hang on tight. It's like where all the gains come. So we got all this fucking doom yesterday, right? Do you think it's a coincidence we got that doom? You know, none of you think there's a coincidence? We knew we were coming into this period last week. Talked about it on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And lo and behold, we've got some magical news that DeepSeek is going to fuck the market. Isn't that, do you think the timing is coincidence? Do you think they don't think it's a coincidence? It just so happens to fall on that date, Cap. That's why you find like longtime participants call everything fake. They're like, the news is fake. Tell me the price, I'll tell you the news. You're telling me they just lost $1 trillion today in the market? That's bullshit. And we're not in a bear market. You go to a bear market, you get down 20%. That shit ain't coming back for a couple years, is it? You're in a bull market, you get down 10, 20, 30%. That shit's back in like a month. Vertical. Like literally vertical. And meanwhile, you're like, you own the S&P 500. I bought the first down day, Cap, and then like 3 days later went down another 5%. So what did I do? I was listening to these fucking bears and I just fucking sold my position in SPY. 2 weeks later, Cap, it's all-time highs. Just took a big fucking haircut because I was listening to these fucking bears. Fuck those guys. These guys go to work every day. Work at fucking Wendy's. They make their money week in, week out. They have no retirement. Don't worry about what those fucking guys are doing. You're trying to do something better than having a job and putting your money in a 401k or having it managed. You're in a bull market. Okay, we're done with the rants. What else? What else we got going on here? Let's see if I can read anything to you here. Give me a second here. XCO Linda Yacarino says, another milestone for the Everything app. Visa is our first partner for the X Money account, which will debut later this year. Creepy. Capstrand saying tariff threats may end with the USMCA review. He also said earlier, where did he say? He said, you have tariffs on Mexico may not occur. And then he said, tariff threats may end with the USMCA review. The USMCA replaced NAFTA. The North America prepares for 2026 USMCA review and potential renegotiation. The three parties to the United States, U.S., Mexico, and Canada agreement are beginning domestic consultations ahead of the scheduled 2026 joint review, which could lead to changes in the agreement. Under a novel provision in the review, Article 34, the 2026 review also starts a 10-year clock for expiration of the free trade agreement. To prevent the expiration in 2036, the parties must submit notifications at or after the 2026 review, approving the renewal of the USMCA for another 16-year term. For the United States, the Trump administration will likely withhold U.S. renewal approval to compel a partial renegotiation of the certain commitments through the joint review. The full scope of the U.S. plan has not yet been developed, but initiatives under the discussion in Washington include modifications to the automotive industry rules of origin. I'm seeing some time frames here of July. I'm not sure when that takes place. Mexican Daily News saying that will Trump's tariffs take effect this Saturday? Here's what we know. Will Trump actually act on his threat and hit the U.S. North American trade partners with a punitive tariff? What he says is the failure to stop or at least limit the flow of migrants and drugs into the U.S., even without first engaging in formal talks with Mexico and Canada. So they're floating this argument that they're going to hold off on tariffs for the negotiations. I'm trying to read through this right now and find out if there's a date on this, when those negotiations would begin. If the U.S. president were to impose a 25% tariff on Mexican exports in violation of the terms of the USMCA, the Mexican economy would go into recession, according to Siller, director of economic analysis of Mexico's Banco base. However, she said on X last week that it's highly unlikely that Trump will impose a general 25% tariff on all products from Mexico, at least not for a long period of time. 25% tariff would be equivalent of leaving the USMCA. This would mean a structural change for the Mexican economy. It will result in a severe recession, job losses, an increase in unemployment rates, informality to rates above 60%, and increase in public insecurity. When is the review?
So we're seeing some commentary from Canada's Liberal candidate Freeland. It says that Trump targeting allies to send a signal to China.
It says the review is July 1st. So that does give some wiggle room here.
Want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding.
And that involves both Canada and Mexico. And those reports are coming in right now on Financial Juice.
For a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
So that would push tariffs out to July. That's a fly in the ointment for bears, huh? Looks like we're wrapping up volatility this week, huh? We got a big, nice little present. Got a box. We're going to address a bunch of volatility this week. We've got Bank of Canada, Bank of England. We've got the U.S. Fed Reserve. We've got FOMC rate decision based upon possible rise in inflation and Trump threats of tariffs on Canada and Mexico that he's promised to impose, I believe, on Feb 1. And now in the background, people are saying, they don't want to break up the new NAFTA. Those negotiations are pushed out to July 1. And that would certainly weigh upon the Fed, which Trump wants to, of course, Trump wants Jerome Powell to cut tomorrow. I'm looking right now to see if I can find any more news on this. Because we could explode to the upside if like tariffs are, if they say tariffs are pushed off into July 1, this fucking market's gonna go fucking vertical to the upside. And that leads us, of course, back to what? Are we in a bear market? No. Are we trying to get long? Yes. Are we looking for resolution to all of the diarrhea that's been shat out this week? Yes. Let me ask you another question. You and I both know, right, that Trump is hyper fucking aware of the stock market, right? Is there anybody out there that doesn't think that Trump is hyper aware? No, right? So Trump probably knows that he's got a window, right, where he can do pumping. And he knows he's got a window that he can shit on the market, right? It's probably some asshole in the administration that's like, hey, boss, listen. We got a bunch of diarrhea coming down the pipeline this week. If you want to dump some shit on the market, now's the time to do it. Right? When the market's going up, do you shit on the market? No. When do companies save shitting on the market? At major market highs or when the market's heading down, right?
And Freeland as well says that Canada can be a partner to the US in rebalancing trade.
Yeah, 100% motivation healing. 100%. It's like pure diarrhea. Well, you know, it's the same thing as the Stargate thing. It's like we knew about Stargate. It was public. And then what did they do? They repackaged it. We pumped the stock market last Friday into the close, right? Pumped it up in Friday. Come into a known week of volatility. And they shat all over it on Sunday, right? Deep Star 6. There's a torpedo in the stock market coming on Sunday. You know? Let's get this market down as deep as we possibly can. Do we care about next week with Deep Star 6? No. It's just we just want to put dip by. That's it. They'll be on to their next bullshit to talk about in 2 weeks. In April, there'll be something new. I like it, deep shit. Can I steal that? You mind if I use that? Deep shit? The fucking bears, man. They write a goddamn novel. They tell you it's going to go down 100 points. It goes down 50 points. They close, and then they tell you a week later, oh, sorry, we closed. We closed at 50, bro. I know we told you 100, but we just wanted to scare you enough to get it to 50. Deep seek these nuts. I thought Stargate was blown up by Kurt Russell and a special forces team. What's going on, Bears? I thought you guys had puts here. I did, bro. I closed them. I closed them, bro. I took it from here to here. That was it, Cap. Just that. That's it. I thought you bought them for next week. Spoo's coming back in to retest R2 for a target to the upside of 606.23. $606.23. Damn, those are cheap. Woo! 606s are 7 cents. 605s, those are 19 cents. Woohoo! uh, 606 or 8 cents. Oh, now they're 9 cents. We got a 7-year note auction at 1 p.m. Money supply at 1, and then API crude oil stock change at 4:30. Just a note here that Spoos is now in positive gamma. Ooh. SPY with a new new intraday high. Watch out for a pullback. SPX trying to trade 6,100 currently. Yeah, exactly right, Moog. A lot of space and gapping up here. I've got SPX Gamma down below here. VIX 9-day getting shanked right now. Dixie and resistance on the daily. On the daily trigger. Can we get that gap close is the question today. $605 is right here. Natural supply zone.
And Freeland as well. It's Canada's Liberal candidate. Says that Trump is not just blustering on tariffs. I don't think so either. I think it's going to squeeze. Or it's close.
From macro headline risk.
Sometimes I like to save it for the end of the day, though, but
$99 a year for our real-time service.
Might get a little bit more out of this. We got like 604 is just above here. 604, and then 604 is like right here. And then up here is that 605. We also have 1230 right over here. There's 1 o'clock. Running just as fast as we can, trying to get away into the night, and then they turned me around. And then they said, I think we're alone now. Doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. What did they say? In my chat, they were saying they were buying puts. And I said to them, I'm gonna rent a bulb trying to buy. Now I'm gonna take all your money. Trying to get away, take all your put money. And then I turned around and I went into the pro trader chat and said, yeah, that was the other one, right? Debbie Gibson. She was like the, there was what? There was like, what's Tiffany and Debbie Gibson, right? Like they didn't like each other. They were like competing. Yeah, Debbie Gibson and Tiffany. And like you were either like a fan of Tiffany or Debbie Gibson, right? You didn't have like a choice. It was one or the other. I was really young when Tiffany came out. I was like, she was hot. I remember I was in, it's not like bringing back memories. I was in like, I think I was in 4th or 5th grade. And they had like roller skating on Wednesdays or something. Roller skating. And there was an 8th grade girl. Or I think she was in like 7th grade. Oh, Cyndi Lauper too? Oh, yeah. Well, I was a Cyndi fan. I think everybody could be a Cyndi fan. I don't think there was ever like, was there ever a fight between Cyndi Lauper and Debbie Gibson and I don't think, was there a fight between all of them? I don't know. But this like girl, she was considered the hottest girl in school. And I was way too young for her. But I stared at her and wanted to roller skate with her when I was in like 4th or 5th grade. And she was like graduating, and like a year or two from then she was graduating. But at that point, I think I was in like 6th grade. And she finally roller skated with me. And I think I was in 6th grade, maybe 5th, when she was graduating. And I think she knew that I had a crush on her. And she was really nice to me. Her name was Sandy. I got to remember that now. Her name was Sandy. She had a nice name in a time when girls didn't have names like that. And she roller skated with me. And it was my first crush. And I had like sweaty palms, like really nasty, like 6th grade, 5th grade handy, gross hands. And she made a lap with me on the roller skating rink. And I'll never forget it. And it was to that song. What did she say? I was like, oh my God, this girl's her And she like she was like, talk to me really nice. She was really nice to me. And of course I was way too young for her. She had to have some sympathy for me or something. And she roller skated with me. So Tiffany, woo, you're out there. You're awesome. Yeah, exactly. Shopping mall, bubblegum pop. Yeah, Sandy. Dude, these bears are getting hammered right now. They were all buying puts, eh? So I want to show you guys something here. Just let me show you guys something as we come up here. Pay attention to the screen, okay? Just so you can see it here. I'm going to snap this really quick. See that right there? Just so you can see this. Whoop. Whoop. Got it? Pro traders, you guys getting this? Just note that we're coming up in a 604. There should be some autos selling up here at this yellow bar. And then we've got R3. R3 above. This is the gap closure above here at 606.21. If you're trying to get long for the rest of this move here, you can see it right here. We'll switch over to a 15-minute. Just note that in a 15-minute, the buy is much lower, right? Way down here. You've got the instigation on this bar at 12 o'clock. There's 12 o'clock right here. We'll also look towards 1:30. So if you're looking to get long on this instigation, somewhere around 602.56, 603.07. No, you know, Uncle JBJ, personally, I can't stand like gaps in pre-market, gaps in after hours. I really like that close like inside actual cash market. The only time I'll let it slide is when there were major expiries. Have you guys ever heard of like stuff getting called away or assignments and when you spreads and stuff like you forget to close the spread? Dealers will fuck around between 4:15 and 6 p.m. Like I've had like calls in the money, puts in the money, and or in the money where they pay like 20 cents. Let's say maybe they might be out one strike out of the month. Like 4:15, they'll close with worth like 20 cents, and then next morning they're called away for me. They change the pricing. There's like I forget how it goes. I used to know this. Like I used to be able to repeat this stuff, but basically they have to bundle all of these options, and they'll fuck you over between 4:15 and 6 p.m. So you get like, you think you're in the money, you didn't close your spreads, and then they assign you that your call is now worthless, or your puts, or whatever you've sold or bought. It's weird. I had some bought puts once recently where, I think I had bought puts or bought calls, and they shouldn't. They closed up like 17 cents or something. Came to my account that next day when they settled, and they were at zero. They didn't pay me. I had to like call my broker about it and be like, "What the fuck, man?" And they weren't a part of a spread, and I was like, "I'm not in anybody's spread." I'm like, "I didn't want my money," but they had fucked me. It was like funny accounting time. So like I don't like that funny accounting time between like 4:15 6 p.m. When dealers are dicking around. Yeah, that's good to see. Let me see that. Yeah, see, I like seeing that right there. That's fire. And then then the other thing too is when we close those gaps, when we close those gaps, or don't close those gaps, like they always leave that little bit behind, right? You rarely close the entire gap. They'll just leave that little tiny bit left. Note here too, when this thing stops, when this move is done, it's way down here somewhere. This is the morning buy, the dip buy down here. There's another buy right here on this on a 15-minute basis. That's the 15-minute basis. So here's the 15 minutes for right now. Here's the 15 minutes for 12 o'clock. And this is the one from 9:30 down here. You pretty much have until maybe I'd say 1:30. But like a little bit long in the tooth would be like 2:30. Dude, Shaka Khan. I liked that song too. Binky, I like Chaka Khan. That might be the first or second song I ever liked. There was like a song from Houdini, Chaka Khan, and I loved Run DMC. I grew up in a city. I loved Run DMC. Oh, LL Cool J liked him too. I liked my older. It was weird too. I was young, and my older cousin hung out with me. He was like 3 or 4 years older than me, so he had like a heavy impact on me. In like new or shit for older kids that I shouldn't be liking. So he liked like Motley Crue, AC/DC. I never really got into AC/DC at that age. He was more like a headbanger. He was in that shift from like headbanging to like heavy metal to glam metal or glam rock or something. I don't know. And then I got into like rap music and breakdancing, and I saw like Beat Street or something, and I was like, I want to be a breakdancer. And I was like a white boy with shell toes, and I had Puma suedes, but I grew up in the city, so I got the pass for that. Try that shit like not being from the city and get your ass beat or whatever. It was a weird time too. Like I grew up at a time when there was you could be a shoe shiner still. I used to make money shoe shining. That's a true story. When I was really young, you could shoe shine. I built a shoe shine box, and I'd go hang out in front of like a Dunkin' Donuts, and old men would walk by and shit. We still had Woolworths then, and old men would walk by, and you'd give them a shoe shine and make a quarter, 50 cents, something like that. Those days were quickly fading as I was a child. I believe that was the late 80s. Let's say that had to be the late 80s. I was under 10. I think I was 9 years old or something like that. I was a young kid, 8, 9 years old. My cousin was older. He was like 12 or 13. So he'd like take me around and we'd do our thing. Well, what's crazy too is we could go anywhere we wanted in the city. Nobody'd stop us. We could take a train across the entire fucking city. We could go to like movies and stuff. We'd go anywhere we wanted. There was like the time period where like you could just yell and an adult would come over and help you. Cage dancer at clubs? Nope, didn't do that. Never. I'm trying to think if I ever did anything on like a stage or anything. Probably not. I was a bouncer for a little while. Very short period of time. I was like, I'm gonna get killed doing this. So I stopped doing that. I did try that though. As a matter of fact, I had a buddy who I'm still friends with today that was a bouncer. Well, that's the guy that I talk about sometimes that bought that house in the crash of 07, 08. He was the bouncer. He bought $1 million home for like 150 grand. The home's worth millions now. He's been living in it ever since too. Yeah, I built a shine box. I had a shine box. I did. I built it with an old belt. I nailed in on an old belt. I built it like a square box, and then I had a hole in it. You could throw the stuff inside. I was in like the Cub Scouts at that time and shit, and so we do things like that. I was a Cub Scout kid. The Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, all that stuff. You saw my presidential fucking award for like fitness and shit, right? Like I got all that stuff. Like I was like that guy when I was a kid. I did all that shit. What's going on, Chase? Scene of the crime, baby. We should fail up there. Do you want a target, Chase? Do you want an exact number? It's like right here, man. Where this little tick thing is right here. It's like 60620 if you want to get short, man. If you're trying to get short, like 605, maybe a pullback, and then if I were to get short, you want to know if I was to get short? If I was bearish, I went on a rant here yelling at bears earlier, Chase. If I were gonna get short and gamble, 606.18ish. Maybe slightly under, like right there. If I was going to get short, that's where it would be. You saw Motley Crue in Birmingham in 1990? Fuck yeah. Did I ever see Motley Crue? I did. I think I did. I think I saw Motley Crue. I think my cousin, he was older than me, and I was never into like heavy metal or hair metal. and I kind of like I was a child of like the rave scene and a child of like Portland grunge metal. I had some like I liked punk. I liked I liked a lot of punk and stuff. I liked a lot of like a lot of those college punk bands and stuff. Some Sid Vicious and stuff like that, like Dead Milkmen and Dead Kennedys and Minor Threat, Misfits. I was all over the place with my music and what I liked, but and I was always like that through my entire life. I listened to almost everything. There isn't much music that I even to this day don't listen to. Very rare. Maybe top 40 country. I love country, but I don't like that kind of country. Maybe top 40 country. I'm not really a fan of it. I find it boring. But I like different other genres of country. But other than that, and I don't like a lot of top 40 stuff. I never have. Never been a fan of top 40. I've never gone back to listen to music either. I've always listened to new music, or new to me music, maybe. It's like I never got into like listening to like Led Zeppelin for 20, 30 years or that kind of stuff. I've had very weird music tastes. So I never come back to stuff. Sometimes I like every once in a great while, but like I have friends that have listened to the same music their entire life. I've never been that person, but at that time period, I saw, you know, like there are some bands that I saw. Like my dad let me go to my first concert, and his buddy was like super Christian, and I was like, I want to go to a concert. My dad's like, my buddy is going to take you for him and his boys. And I didn't know his sons. They took me to a band called Striper. And they were like throwing fucking Bibles out and shit. And I was like, what the? I'm Catholic, but I'm like, I don't want to go to a Christian concert. I want to see like Ozzy Osbourne rip a rat's head off or something. Like, I want to see like... I was like, this is the worst. So I was like mad at my dad. And my dad knew that I was disappointed. He knew. And my cousin was like, oh God, they're terrible. And he was a headbanger guy. And my dad had another friend who was married to, he wasn't my uncle, but he was like married to one of my aunts. This guy was kind of sketchy. He was like mafia kind of guy. He owned like he owned a Jaguar shop, and he was in the drug trade, I think. And I shouldn't even say I think I caught him once passing like a big, large bundle of drugs off. I grew up in a big city with like a large family, multi-generational. We had everybody. We had doctors and cops and robbers and all these different people. And so you kind of saw it all in my family. And my dad was like, I'll get you some tickets, you know, so it goes to some other person in our family. And he got me tickets to, and I was, at this time, I think at this point I think I had listened to Guns N' Roses when I was 13, maybe slightly younger, 12. And my dad got me tickets to Guns N' Roses. And it was they had like canceled a bunch of shows in the Northeast. And their only show they ever performed together as a band, he got me like 6th row seats. So I saw like Slash and whatever his name is. I don't know what the singer's name is anymore, but they were at peak. As a matter of fact, they played that album, the acoustic album that they had, Lies or something, Patience. They hadn't released it, and they played like their 2 or 3 best songs from that album. And you knew right in that show that those are amazing songs. They did it acoustically too, and that's the first time I ever saw. Matter of fact, I was standing right next to Slash. I fell in love with him forever. And I got to see them play the Appetite for Destruction album, and it was a pinnacle moment. And like, wow, I love music, you know. So I did. I actually went. Not many people got to see that band. Even in the country and the world, not many people saw the full band, the original full, like, this is like Appetite for Destruction. I got to see them, and it's always stayed with me that I saw them. It was epic, by the way. It was fucking epic. They were amazing. And what say? What did you do? The first time I did it was with GNR. No shit. Oh, did it? Right? 100% And so like now of course at that time, right? Like those bands were going out of style. And I'm at that point I started skateboarding. So I'm like, here's what gets crazy. So I'm like, now I'm like 14, 15, I'm getting into like punk music, ska music, and I'm skating a lot, right? I'm like skating and I'm breakdancing and like my cousin was older than me. So they were like stuck in this like music scene. Like not quite heavy metal, not quite glam rock. Still like that Guns N' Roses sound, rock and roll kind of sound. And like Slash did some good. Lenny Kravitz came out and like carried all that stuff. But then like my generation got into like Nirvana came out. Like if you weren't from Portland or Seattle, if you were like from anywhere else in the U.S., there was like punk music and shit, but nothing like grabbed kids. Like a young teenage boy. And I'm skating right at that time. And I'm just before I'm hitting puberty. So my dick's starting to talk to me. I don't have my license yet. I know my dick's like, hey, you're not in charge. And I'm like, what do you mean? Who are you? There are girls out there. I want to go see one of them right now. I'm like, no, dude. I'm having fun. I'm a kid. There's this new song that just came out. It's called Smells Like Teen Spirit. Like, what's that song? It's like Smells Like Teen Spirit. You got to listen to it closely. Go out there. They got a bunch of teenage girls and stuff. Like, and of course, they're all like, if you ever know anything about that song, they were like hired hookers and escorts and shit that he hired for the song. It's like, check those things out. That's dirty, isn't it? So like I got to like that was it for me. It was like Portland grunge, like Pearl Jam, this, that, and the other thing, and I got the rap stuff going on. Beastie Boys comes out, and they're all in that shit, and so then you get like this whole rap revolution going on, and you got grunge music going on, and competing for your interests, and there's like this whole thing going on, and you get like this New York rap scene, this West Coast rap scene going on. Like big, huge West Coast rap scene, big, huge like a punks or grunge scene, and then out of nowhere comes the rave scene, and it's like this big, huge competing thing. So then I get sucked down into the rave scene, and then what's crazy is the rap scene went underground into the rave scene, like out of nowhere. You're like partying, raving, and all of a sudden, like rappers. Like Boy George, pop artists from the 80s started DJing. Pop artists from the 90s started DJing in underground clubs and rave scene. Rappers were like big time. And so like there was this like whole mesh. The grunge scene never got involved in that, but there was this like whole like mesh of shit going on. It was kind of wild. It was a really good time in music. I posted on Twitter this morning. Like that time period, like Ibiza back then, like that time period was like people were having sex, they were doing drugs, they were
$4 billion.
like, they were doing everything bad. All the bad stuff.
If Ukraine wants to negotiate, there is a legal way to do it, but we don't see it.
And these are like the hottest people. Like these are all like smart. This is like just when the burn was coming into being. It's like these are all like nerds and smart people and very good looking people. And you had like your prep kids, prep girls and stuff in school that kind of looked like, I don't know, like safe cute, but then like the hottest girls, the ones that were like models or were going to become models, they were hanging out, and in the rave scene, and that was it. That was where you were. That's where you wanted to be. Like Limelight and the Brooklyn Bridge, and there were a few others in New York City, and like Chicago House was going on. You got like Carl Cox and Bad Boy Bill, and then you get like the Detroit techno scene was just like pinnacle and peak at that point. Philadelphia is what they called it back then. New York, Providence, and they got crazy. Boston, and it was insane. And then, of course, all the Euros were coming over, and then the California scene, the Denver scene, the Florida scene was picking up, and it got bananas in the U.S. It was out of control, right? Floyd's Garage? It was fucking crazy. 16-year-old kids driving fast cars around. Mafia got involved in all that shit. Undergrounds and like old school malls that were closing. Massive, they call them massives and stuff. Thousands and thousands of kids everywhere. No parental oversight. Like all of it illegal. Like if you go to Coachella today, right? That shit is nothing. They were doing that shit unorganized fucking in the 90s. The 90s were off the fucking chain. It got crazy. Now it's all like commercialized and yeah, it was a fucking crazy town. It was out of control. It was pure batshit out of control. I don't know if there's anything even like that going on anymore for kids. I mean, it still goes on today, but it's nowhere near. I went to Movement last summer. I'm going to a bunch of shows this summer, and matter of fact, I'm going to Chicago soon. Here, I might go check out a bunch of shit in Chicago, but it ain't nothing like it used to be. It ain't got nothing on what that whole scene was. Although I still I'll say one thing about Detroit. Like during Movement, the shows that go on in the city of Detroit is fucking crazy. That weekend is crazy. Like Movement itself is kind of okay, but like the after hours and day parties and all the other whack shit that goes on in Detroit that weekend is out of fucking control. And that is reminiscent of that time period. But there'll never be nothing. I don't know if there'll ever be anything like that ever again. I don't even know if they'd allow kids to do that again. Like, these are kids doing that shit. Like 14 years old, 12 years old, 16 years old. There were older people involved, but not quite like that. It was like teenagers in high school. And they would like act like normal kids in high school and not say a fucking word publicly. They wouldn't say anything to their friends in high school. They would like show back up to high school and everything was normal. You'd like play soccer, be an A student, be in college prep or honors. You wouldn't tell your family. You wouldn't tell your parents. You wouldn't tell your friends in school. It was like a secret society of kids hanging out and partying. They'd be out all night long, all weekend. It was bizarre. It was the most bizarre thing. It was like I don't know if it was in the U.S. at least. It was like in the U.S. It was a wild ass thing. It really was underground. They give you like a flyer, and you'd have like a number that you'd page, and they'd like give you an address to go to, and you'd like go to an address. They might give you the next address to go to where the parties were.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $44 billion in 7-year notes. A prior bid to cover of 2.76 with a prior high yield of 4.532%.
And you didn't tell anybody. It was like a secret society, or at least when I was doing it, it was. It became more like public at one point. I think like the late 90s got really crazy.
As the outright concession is added ahead of this $44 billion 7-year note sale. The sale following solid receptions for both 2- and 5-year auctions yesterday with a double event, which may support demand for today's sale.
It started.
A flight to quality backdrop means that today's sale, however, with the Haven bid unwinding versus yesterday's close as stock futures edge higher, following the previous day's steep equity sell-off.
Like Studio 54 was big or getting big again, like the Party Monster Kid killed somebody or chopped somebody up. Then like DEA got involved in
more of a concession in order to be digested smoothly in a note that they wrote after yesterday's close. Also noting the latest CFTC positioning data, which shows that speculators were net short 580,000 10-year note futures, a possible source of covering demand at this upcoming auction.
Yeah, 100% Condor. 92 is when things kicked off, right? That class of 92, that's another thing too, Condor.
Shared foreign policy priorities.
That high school class of 1992, they were older than me, but they were like the I remember like seeing older classes graduating in like 8th grade and then like high school and stuff. That class was like, oof. If you were a part of the class of 92 in high school, you were like the most you had the world was your oyster. It was a wild time. And then it got crazy. Like a lot of these kids started getting involved in drugs and gangs, not gangs like you'd think about. Like, I mean, like gangs like drug gangs, mafia, Italian mafia types gangs and stuff like that. Russian mafia. And the DEA got involved, and then people were getting fucked up, and there were like shootings and killings and all this craziness. I got away from that scene, but that scene, like, then it became like more public, became more like you'd see like they would hire in like the fire department for fire marshals. They'd hire they go through the permitting process, and became more mainstream. And like the late 90s got kind of weird. And then I like faded away. Like I got closer to like Burning Man and that kind of stuff. Occupy Wall Street movement, all that kind of stuff. Actually, the Occupy Wall Street movement started at Burning Man, I think. And then like it got weird and got public, or it became like mainstream. Then I got away from that, and whenever that shit's like that shit has like a time and place. And then people, it's like being late to the GME party. You know, you don't want to be a part of that late GME party either, right? You don't want anything to do with that. And here we go. So you can get one more pump out of this. What's up, Jill? Yeah, you guys, Alcopa. You guys remember that time period? Like there were a couple class 92 was a couple classes ahead of me. They were like the demarcation point behind like the older classes, like class of like 89, 90, 91. There was like a stark demarcation in the class of 92, and they had like the world was their oyster. They were all like great music, hang out at colleges when you're in high school. They were doing like live rap singing at college universities, even though they're in high school. And they were like super fucking positive, great outlooks on life. They were like part of everything that was cool and happy. Like that class of 92, they were like the change. They were like the demarcation point to a different generation of kids, or at least in my experience, that was like change. You were at Occupy Burning Man? I was too. I was there. It was fucking epic, right? All the tech bros were there. It was wild. Those were the golden years, man, of Burning Man. Those were absolutely, that was like when they made the change from like driving cars around the desert with shotguns and shit to like building shit, and everything was still kind of cheap. You still didn't have the
and the prior high yield was 4.532%.
That was the golden years, man, of Burning Man. Those are the best years of Burning Man, in my view, at least. Those are good fucking years. Yeah, people. If you're like in a grunge and shit and punk, if you like went that Main Street punk thing, Lollapalooza was kind of your way to go, right? One more pump, baby. Give me that one more pump. Squeeze them out. Spoo's trading 604.07 right now. Day before FOMC. Doom and gloom everywhere. Trying to wick that bad boy up there. He was in New York. I used to know a lot of these guys like Moog. I used to hang out with so from New York City I used to hang out with. Do you remember not Bad Boy Bill? He's from Chicago. I used to hang out with a guy named Frankie Bones. Do you know who he is? I used to hang out with a bunch of New York crew like people. I don't know if you knew like the party scene in New York City, but like Frankie Bones, his guys, I would hang out with all those guys. I don't know Gamelatron. I don't know that guy. I personally used to hang out with a guy named Tommy Gunn and guys named John Midas. And I used to Rabbit in the Moon. Back in the day, I used to hang out with Rabbit in the Moon, believe it or not. Never met Sasha and Digweed, never met those guys. Who else did I meet? I used to know like some really like, famous now artists way back in the day. Way back in the day. They were like normal people back then. You could just walk up to them, meet them, chat with them, hang out with them, party with them, whatever. I used to hang out with Logic back in the day, DJ Logic, not the other Logic. Yeah, Sasha and Digweed, they were awesome, right? Back in the day, they were great. Who else? Goldie, Diesel Boy. Met all those guys in real life, like not like it was a meet and greet, like saying let's hang out. DJ Dara, he's from Detroit or from Denver. I'm trying to think of all these people right now. Like it's been a long fucking time. Who else? Venom. I think it was Venom from. I think Venom was from Providence. There was a crew from Philly, I used to know, Local 13, I think they were called. I used to hang out with those guys. I don't know if anybody out there is watching the show that knows anything about the rave scene back in the 90s. There was one guy, I think he like almost won a DMC. He became huge, and I knew him, and then he like got too big to know me anymore. I'm trying to think of his name right now. You got it, Moog. That's true. Yeah, the burners, like the Occupy movement, kind of started at Burn Wall Street, right? At Burning Man, and then it like spread around the country. That's right, because Occupy. That's 100%.
So 1 minute to go now till we get the when issued for the 7-year auction.
It's crazy too. All those guys are now like the monsters, right? They're all the fucking monsters today. They're all like everyone you look up to on Twitter. That's who all those guys were. Well, they're all sellouts now. You got the new high at 130. Watch out for a pullback, or at 1 p.m. Watch out for a pullback here. For that 130 move up here. You know the one thing, we might be all right here. Because we need to get up here. Like we really only have the 230 to 130, right? We don't have that much time to close this fucking thing. Or are they going to save it maybe for the close? Do we turn into like, 605 they're going to sell. So what do? Do they save it until 4 p.m.? That would suck.
Before the $44 billion auction. So Treasury when issued yield 4.466%.
So we've got like this will suck here because dealers don't want to print this. So here's let's take a quick look at this. Trigger full screen. Okay, so it's not quite garbage, but you know how dealers are, they're assholes, right?
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls?
Here's 1600.
Today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for
The gap closure is the number 4 right here, okay? 608.35. This is where the big sellers are up here. This is where they sold us on Friday. This is R3 up here. And you figure you got 1:30 here. Here's 2 p.m. And I want to talk to you guys about this briefly because this is important because we are coming into FOMC. And what'll happen is we're still basically trading sideways. Let's get rid of that really quick. You kind of have that going on up there. You got these sellers right here. This right here is like a wick for tomorrow to come back down. This is from your brief. And we don't have a lot of time left, do we? We got 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock, and 2:30, right? Now, you know how dealers are. Dealers are like, okay, we know we got sellers up here, right? We're going to grind these guys out. You know, do we get the trade to close the gap here or not is the big question. Do we close a partial gap and then sell into tomorrow? All big questions, right? And then there's one other thing going on here, which is we got FOMC, traders lock it up into the close, right? So traders go risk off into 2:30 for tomorrow's FOMC meeting. There's all that garbage going on too. Let's just take a look over here. So and here's the gap, right? So here's the 607. I would think that between now, I would say this: we've got a window. We've got a window to trade this between now and let's say 1:30. 606.20. We know that sellers want to come in at 605. So some kind of like pop up, come into supply. And maybe we come up here into the close, but I bet we just grind it out and down into tomorrow. So just aware, like time awareness. We'll leave up Bookmap. And we'll look at, let's take a peek at Bookmap and see how much higher we can go. Where's that supply at? And they're up here. You can see them. They're here. And they're right here too. There's 2 bands of supply. Can't see them when we bring it out, but you can see them right here. They're right here. And they're right up here. So see if we can fuck around and find out, right? Wait, bring that in a little bit. I need to do some work here today to see where these sellers are. That's the upper band right there. That's where the other band is. So we'll leave it like that. And the other thing that I want you to note is that this is where we're coming back to, right? That green bar right there. And another note here too, just another note is we've got within the next half an hour, I want you to pay attention to this. The half an hour trigger is crossing the hourly trigger. That should propel us higher. And then we should come back down and retest it. So we should start squeezing here and look for a roll up here. So we've got the cross happening down below. That should propel us higher. And then we should come back down and test it. Bullish right now, and look for that drawdown over here. Make sure I'm straight on this stuff. Yeah. If you are long the market, two notes here would be in cash market, zeros and fives should have sellers on them. That's up here 605. And also we've got R3 above at 606.21 if you think we're going to get straight up there. We also have a cross of the half an hour and 1 hour trigger. And time is of the essence. Do, 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 do. Could be coming into a squeeze. If we squeeze, you should see a big green bar and then a big red bar tweezer reversal. Have an upside target that you can take the money at. Oh yeah, DJ Craze. I remember DJ Craze. Mark Ski didn't know who he was. Never heard of him. Tricky, don't know who that is. Dude, I love not trading publicly. I love trading in the pro chat. Pro chat's fucking where it's at. Like not trading on YouTube, not trading on fucking the market chat. That shit is badass. Nice, quiet little room in there. It's like fucking pro chat's badass. Fucking money making. No, that TLT's looking juicy. Come on, you want USO to hold up. I want that TLT trade. Anybody else getting long on TLT, or am I the only one that wants to get long on it? I got to look at this closely here. Yeah, dude. TLT, dude. I got to get long here. Maybe I should give it just a little bit here. Just to calm down a little bit. I want to buy TLT so fucking bad right now. Like right now at this moment, I want to buy it bad. I'm just going to be patient on TLT. Like TLT wants to fuck. It really does. Like TLT wants to fuck. You know what's really cool about TLT? It'll go it'll like squeeze after Spoo starts rolling down. You get like some extra legs in TLT normally. I like TLT. I want to own it. I don't want any options on it. I just want to own it. You've been long on TLT since 86? I like TLT. I want to buy it right now. I'm not going to, but I really, really want to. I'm like waiting to buy SPY too. I almost bought SPY and Qs and NVDA yesterday. I was like, nope. I'm just going to give it a couple more days. First day of fucking volatility. I'm like, just wait for the fucking FOMC. I'm like, wait for these earnings to get out of the way. I probably should have bought yesterday, but I didn't. I hope I didn't miss. Yeah, TLT looks great. Here, let's look at this really quick. Let's do this as a group. We got a bunch of stuff to look at. Let's look at some shit right now. So, okay, give me a second here. So this is TLT. I'm going to tell you why I like TLT. Like really like TLT. Like TLT's been fucking around. This is like September of 2023, right? It's like boom, buy it, boom, buy it, boom, buy it. And we're right here. We're like right fucking there right now. And move that over. Like we're right fucking there. Like this is all like accumulation down here, right? This shit's been going on now for over a year. And what I really like about this is like the thing that really gets me really excited about it is this monthly accumulation. Now, there is a problem. Quarterly is still in the dumpster down here. And what really bothers me about this quarterly being in the dumpster is when we have major corrections, like when you guys hear me say, like, I think we're going to get volatile this year. We're going to have like major drawdowns. It's this quarterly fucking velo down here. And it's super dangerous. We haven't had a higher low yet. See that? Now we're on a low right now, which is positive, but I do like to see higher lows on this quarterly basis, but we are in really negative territory. And there's something else that's positive here, which is a bunch of higher lows right here. And what's important about that is if you're able to catch these monster fucking monthly lows, like TLT fucking moves. Like look at this one right here as an example. And just look at that monster move on TLT. I mean, it's just stupid. Look at that fucking move right there. I mean, just look at that. Just like dogging it, and then a monster ripper. That's fucking monster. And I don't know what to say to you guys. Like TLT, I think it's like safer than a lot of them. It's an old man thing, but at the same time, it's kind of a little bit of safety in here. And we're at this time period too where 30-year bonds, 20-year bonds, buns. Like, we've got like Trump saying he's not going to do this, and he's not going to do that, but you know, it's a lot of bullshit. So how are you going to pay for all that spending? Here. That's how you're going to pay for it in here. Here, we're squeezing up right now, by the way. So let me show you guys something else. I got something cool for you. This is why I'm so crass. I'm going to tell you guys why I'm so fucking crass, okay? So I was in the Army. And one of the things about the Army is you get exposure to let's even see this here. You get exposure to a lot of different people, cultures. The first time I ever was naked in front of a bunch of black guys was in the Army. Lived with the black guys. I had a roommate that was black, right? For another part of the country. You're exposed to like people of different backgrounds, smart people, dumb people, a lot of poor people, different cultures. And then you're also exposed to very pragmatic leadership. Pragmatic. Military is full of a lot of conservative people. And leadership often would burst your bubble if you had conservative leanings. And tell you the truth, in a lot of instances, or at least in my experience, it was like that. They helped shape me as an adult. The Army really did. Help me to like deal with like aggressiveness or being political in a terms of like I believe in this and I'll like fight. It's like you find it's all like you become more apolitical. You become more I do what I'm told and orders and order and stuff like that. And anyways, this is about like 30-year buns, 20-year buns, and what we're told and all the stuff that's out there. So what I'm going to post to you right now is you should read through this, like expand all of this stuff and read through it. But it's a post about the border. And it's fascinating because there's some people in there talking about like the bangers are coming and this and that. And they're all like, like tip of the spear kind of guys. And then you get like the leadership telling you the truth and what's really going to happen and that kind of stuff. I'm going to give you a post right now to read through. Fascinating post. And the interactions of people and their thinking and beliefs and what you and I are told. And these guys got pretty honest in this discussion. So you have a chance to like read some of this stuff. The cost of what we're doing at the border. And then people that voted for Trump are honest because it's not the main page of Reddit. So they're like, hey man, I want this and you want that, but why is this not happening? And then like leadership comes down like is explaining these people what the reality of life is versus what we're told. So like what we're consuming, what we think, and then of course this applies to the stock market. It's like, why do I want to get long in bonds? They're telling me they're going to save all this money at the government, right? And the bond market tells you otherwise. Bond market's like, oh no, they're going to spend, bro, right? And they're going to need bonds for that spending, and they're going to need long-term bonds for it, right? You get what I'm saying now? So. I'm going to post this link to this post and don't comment in this place. Do not comment. Don't disrupt these people. It's not nice. It's not nice to do that. Hold on here. How do I get back here and do this? And they're being very honest here. So don't talk to them. But there's a post for you to read because you're getting all the different takes. Like, you get like rage posting and yelling and screaming and all that kind of stuff from all different sides. And here, they're having an honest discussion about the border and what's going on down there. And some guys are already down there, and some guys have been on the border before, and they share their experiences. what they're going to get paid, what they're going to have to do, what they're allowed to do and not allowed to do, versus the photo ops, publicity ops, how much it's going to cost, all that kind of stuff. The waste that's going to be involved in this, and who's going to pay for it. And I know we have like our Main Street hats, but I love this. Like this TLT down here is like just calling for me. So anyways, TLT. Read that post and expand. There'll be contracted comments. Go through them and read them all from the different perspectives of just regular people living their regular life in the military and active guard and reserves, just chatting about what's truly expected down at the border, and they're being pretty honest in there. And that conversation was a nice microcosm of my experience in the military. Very, very like that. I was like, yeah, I've been there. With this whole entire discussion, like I know who those guys are. I know who these guys are, and I've been in these same. Like there was one guy talking in that post, and he was like, here, I'll post it inside the Discord too. I'll post it in the pro chat. So, everybody's experience is different too in those situations, where like, hey, I didn't do shit, or hey, I was like tip of the spear, or hey, I wish we were at I wish we were in California at what the fuck is that place called, NTC training, rather than being on a border wall. You know, so we were wasting talent. And other guys are like, yeah, well, we could be in Iraq or something. You want to be in fucking Iraq, or, you know. Anyways, there was a big discussion in there, and it haunted me and brought me right back to my experience in the military. So right now we have a normal cell, right? As you come into 605. If you ever look at Bookmap on not ES, you look at it on like SPY. There are order blocks at 0s and 5s, and so this is an order block of supply we're coming into. This is to be expected. But take a chance to read that stuff, because it gives like a true. That's probably one of the closest things you're going to find without being an insider in the bureaucracy of our government, or what's really going on that they don't make public, or you don't read in the newspaper or in the New York Times or Washington Post. When you guys were asking me last Friday about like UFOs, I think even a comment or two was deleted in here because they were breaking OPSEC. So like you can really glean some stuff inside of these subs. They will drop shit that you don't hear anywhere. And it's like free of the bias. It's free of the bullshit. It's free of like the astroturfing from any perspective. It's just like real people doing their real job. But it brings in a question, are they going to spend? They all spend, in my view. And it's like when I hear things like, we're going to tighten the belt and we're going to do this, we're going to do tariffs, we're going to do depression and recession. And you read that stuff everywhere, right? Even Elon said that, right? Elon was like, we're going to cause a recession, maybe 2 years of pain. And then Vivek Ramsey, they're saying, well, Vivek was the one pushing that. Elon wasn't. And all I want to know as a market participant is, are they going to really tighten the belt or not?
From macro headline
I want to know. I really want to know. Are we going to like wake up on the 2nd of February and we're burning down the country, or is it same old bullshit again? Or maybe they're not spending it on one thing, but they're spending it elsewhere. Follow the money, right? It's always follow the money, follow the money, follow the money, follow the money. Follow the power, follow the money. That was a good little pump, right? Discord was trading it too. That was a nice little pump. So what were we talking about back here? Hindsight trading. Did we get the break? Did we get the low? Did we get the new low? I want to know. When we came back up here, did we get the break in the new low? We did not, did we? We didn't, did we? So you're like Johnny on the spot waiting for this, right? You can trade this. We talked about that too, but the big sell, you know, the big one, right? That didn't show itself, did it? No. And what in turn happened? Squeeze, new high, squeeze, 605. We get this natural sell up here, which means what? We have supply at 605 in a cash market. What do we need? We need help to get up, don't we? So the 5-minute trigger rising right now. We still have this order block, or we still have this demand down lower. They might be higher right now. So let's see if the buyers are here. Caught the new high. Maybe we get one more squeeze up. We might have one more run, right? This is 1:30 in the afternoon. What do we say about 12:30 to 1:30? It's our best window, right? Begins to wane from 1:30 to 2 to 2:30, right? So we're going to wait lower after 1:30, aren't we? See if we can get some help to get through this 605 to get up here and trade this 606.20. Let's check 15-minute basis. See what we got going on over here. Hey, what do we see over here? Pretty nasty, right? Woo. Big drop. Woo. Big drop. We'll bring this one up. Right there. See as we staircase this up. Boom. Oof. Down right there. Blam. Down right there. Blam. Down right there, right? Another jump up here. Whoop. Right there, right? 5-minute triggers flying higher. Right in here. See if we can catch a dip to go higher. Losing a little bit of momentum. Notice how these blocks are different sizes as we move higher. Bigger, smaller, smaller. I put Jimmy in a time. I had to put Jimmy in a timeout last week. He was saying derogatory things towards people. I love Jimmy. I've known Jimmy for a very long time, but I can't have discriminatory things. I understand he gets emotional. I get it, but I can't have it. I went through the chat and I saw I read things that can't talk about. I love Jimmy. So Jimmy's in a timeout. And I know I get it, but there's like I can't have like women this or Jewish people that, like there's like there's like some decorum. Can't hear like I don't know, like screw Mexicans, screw black people, screw white people, screw Irish people, you name it. You guys know it all, right? Can't do that. Can't do it. Can't have anything to do with it. I can't have it. I can't allow it. Can't accept it. I don't accept it in my own life. So just cool down period. No, Uncle JBJ is here. Oh, Barry, he didn't get the boot. Just cool down period. Everybody needs cool down every once in a while. Just cool down. And then have a conversation. Can't have it. We're all adults here. I can't do it. Can't do it. The stuff that I read is unacceptable. I can't have it in my Discord. Or can't have it in my Discord. Can't have it in the chats. Can't have it. It's not. It's like like the like I can lose my channel for that. Just that alone. Twitch, YouTube can turn me off in a minute. So I just can't have anything to do with it, and I can't okay it, and I don't in my own life. I have people we all pretend we don't have people like this in our lives, and times change and people get really hurt with that stuff. And I realize there's places for it. I realize like you can do that in other places. This isn't the appropriate place for it. And you're like the master of your own handle on Twitter. I'm like the small nobody on YouTube. So, YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch and elsewhere. I got no time for it. Here to make money. And I like Jimmy, right? And I realize that he probably doesn't mean it, but it does offend a lot of people. And I'm getting emails and text messages and DMs. And then I have to go investigate it, find out if it's real. I got to take time out of my day. I want to spend it with my kids. And I got to go in and I got to see the people acting fucking stupid. I used to have another Discord. I had a Discord with thousands of members. And I didn't spend a lot of time in there. And I had people that I trusted to run it for me. And I showed up, and what did I find? Like, I want to tell you guys something about this. Like, when I moved to Michigan, right? I'm from the West. Most of my adult life, so I spent my childhood in the East. I spent most of my adult life. If I were to say where am I from, I'm from the West. Not the West Coast, but I'm from the West. And where I spent I spent time in the Army, and I spent time in my adult life in the West. And I was very appreciative of living there. There's like this thing where like behind a closed door with my friends in the West, I would be ostracized if I said some of those things to them, and they would not be my friends in real life. When I moved to Michigan, now I'm not saying that this is a blanket statement for Michigan, but when I moved here, I was shocked at the racism that I encountered here behind closed doors, and offended by it. And I have no time in my life to be that person. I have no time in my life to speak down to women or anyone that's perceived, any group. I don't care who the fuck they are, to disparage them, and especially where it's not in front of them. That's the thing that gets my ass. I gotta be honest about that. And I don't give a fuck. I'll damn everything, you know? I can't live like that. I've got a wife. I've got children. I've got friends. My best friend is a black man here in Detroit. That's my real fucking friend. If you were to say that stuff to him in real life, he'd probably pull his gun out and shoot you. I'm serious. Like if you can't say that in real life or be that person in real life in front of other people, don't fucking do it with me behind a closed door. And if I ever catch you as my friend doing it, we're no longer friends. I'll never be your friend. I got no fucking time for that shit in my life. Yeah, we can disparage bears. And you can disparage people, right? And you can like make fun of people in the context of it, like rib your friend, you know, in a good light. But if you like really believe that shit, I got no time for you. I really don't. I ain't got no time. I got no time for it in my life. I don't ever want my kids to see me be that person in life. Imagine teaching your kids that shit, or your kids thinking you're okay with that shit as a dad, or as a friend, or a brother, or a sister. You can't be that. Like I can't be like that. I ain't got no time for it. Nothing good ever comes from it. Now, I'm not saying Jimmy's that guy either. I mean, we need to preface that. And I realize that people speak like that of an older age, but times are changing. I used to like use I used to say the R word frequently. And I picked that up from like Wall Street Bets, right? And you know, Winky came to me. I'm gonna tell you who it was. Winky came to me, and I'm an old fucking man, right? And like Winky came to me, and he was like, you should stop using that word. And I was like, what do you mean, man? I was like, I don't mean it. I don't mean it like that, right? I mean it disparaging, but not towards people that have been called that word disparagingly. And Winky like sat me down and talked to me for like an hour and explained to me. He was like, hey, he's like, this new generation of kids. He's like, I know that you and I grew up where we didn't mean it either, but kids today take offense to that shit. Most of them do. Like young people. He's like, they don't like those words, man. I was like, really? And we're not even talking like the N word or other words. He's like, yeah, he's like, they don't like them. He's like, there's some kids that don't mind it. He goes, but most kids today, you look old fashioned. And I remember when I was a kid, I remember when I was a young man, and I remember my dad and my grandfather, my great grandfather said a lot of disparaging shit about people. And I was like, man, they're so old and not in the time. You know, and I'm like, I don't want to become that guy when I get older. And I suck at that because I'm an old man, right? I'm going to suck at that shit. But if someone pulls me to the side and says something to me, especially a friend, like I consider Winky a friend of mine, and Winky's looking out for me. He's like, dude, don't do that shit anymore. He's like, you're better than that. And I'm like, you're right. And he's like, it pisses off young people. I'm like, okay, I'll work on it. Now I suck at that. I still sometimes catch myself doing that shit. It's like if Mr. Barry or somebody else does that shit, or if they're used to it, they grew up like that or whatever, I understand. I get that it might not be, they mean it or something, but we got to work on that as people, or I gotta. And I took that to heart from Winky, so try to be a better person. Okay, fine, I'll do it. I'm wrong. And times are changing, and they don't want to hear it, so no more. Yeah, and it does. We don't know who we're hurting either, right? And we all think everything's like, it's weird too. We don't think about that stuff, do we? We don't think about like who we're actually hurting, right? We do that all the time, don't we? I think we do that all the time anyways. So if somebody calls me out on it and says, hey, try to work on that, I'm down. I'll work on it. I'm down. I got it. I don't want to be that person. I want to be that guy. So can't have it openly going on. I don't want to be like that person either. I don't want to be that guy. Yeah, enough shit going on to be that guy. There ain't no hot girls out there want to hear me talking like that, is there? Is there a hot girl? Think about it. If you're a guy, you think there's women out there that want to hear you talk like that? Fuck no. Kids out there want to hear us talking like that? Fuck no. You want like you gotta be like you want like people look up to you and shit and like follow you. You want the person you're following talking like that? Fuck no. So the answer is no. Yeah, I mean, there's some like I realize that we can take this crazy. I get that too. I understand there's like an over the fucking, like some of the woke shit. Even for me, I'm like, I can't do this. I'm like, I just can't. I mean, I'm trying my best over here. You know what I mean? I can't take things to the extreme. But like shit like that. That's an easy win, right? Like, don't use the R word. Okay, got it. I get that. Got it. But I get it. I get that we can go to the extreme with that stuff. I understand that. I cuss like a sailor, right? Said drop F-bombs all day long. But I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say the F word anymore. I'm gonna offend somebody that's offended by that. I'm willing to take the hit from not being that guy. And for each of us, we have to make that decision, right? How far we're willing to go with stuff. I wish we could bring the R word back into circulation. We can't. We were told no, and I'm okay with that. I wish we could. I want to. In my view, there's people that are deserving of that fucking word. I just saw made a post on Twitter, and a guy called this guy that the other day, and I giggled because I'm like, this guy was proposing to this guy was a smart guy, and he was like proposing to start practicing with nuclear weapons in Nevada. I was like, I think that Utah would like to have a word with you, in your proposal. And the great people from Nevada and like all those people would like to have a word with you. It was just absurdist that could be proposed. But, people take offense to that, man. People like, hey, my kids has this issue or that issue. Hurts my kids' feelings, hurts my feelings. I get it. Now, some of that stuff, I'm a pretty thick-skinned person. If you like made fun of me or whatever for whatever it is that I have problems with, that's fine. I don't take offense to that stuff, but people have feelings. I don't want to hurt someone's feelings. If I can do anything to help that, I will. It's an easy win. I've called myself that in the past too, right? You know what I mean? I've called myself that in the past. Just an easy win. No problem. I'll work on it. Done. I want to buy this pretty bad here. I don't know if I don't know if I'm going to buy that or not. I hate getting roped into this stuff. I really want to wait for, if we can grab something, I'd really like to buy like this 2:30 or 3 p.m. If there was a buy. I'd really like it to be like this is a tough call here, guys. Let's take a look at let's look around the market and see what's going on. I feel like I'm going to give back money today, and I want to give back money. I'm getting greedy when I shouldn't be greedy. Now we're coming into neutrality right now on hourly velocity on a 30-minute basis. So I would really like to see a check back. Just looking at that and nothing else at the moment. Some kind of like 30-minute check back. if we are going to go higher. We've taken out a lot of that. We've taken out a lot of that gap up here. And we have a cross going on too. We have, this is too messy. We have a half an hour is now crossing right here. Can't see it, but there's a half an hour bar crossing. See the cross right here? Half hour bar is crossing over here. So I just want to, I don't know that we can get this deep. They're holding this island right now too. And just a little bit more. So let's go back and look at this again. And there's one more. There's like a half back trade right here. So we'll watch what the price action is here. If this gets rejected, we're likely going to trade down here. Like 2, 3 o'clock. And then maybe we get one more leg up. Sometimes we'll get it from 2 and 2:30. We'll do it right now. But if we are going to do it right now and get up there, if we are, I would like to see price above. I would like to see this right here. To start thinking about a new high over here, you know? So I'd first like to see price get up here. Back test this maybe and get long in here. But I don't want to instigate the trade right here just yet. I don't want to get caught in consolidation. I don't get caught in that at all. I'd like to see the new high at least there, at least that. We're not seeing any of that at the moment. So what we're going to do is we're going to switch to a different time frame, okay? So we're going to switch to a 15-minute time frame. Let's just see what's happening here. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of this line right here. I'm going to get rid of this, like, just so we can see it better. And let's just watch this bar right here. And you can see they're stepping in right now, buying this up on a 15-minute basis. Currently 149, so they're trying to get the 2 o'clock. They're trying to get the 2 o'clock trade. They're trying to push this up in the next 15 minutes. So watch this 1 minute trigger. And if this 1 minute trigger fails, we're going to trade this next 15 minutes, like right down here. And we are under the 1 minute trigger, so I'm kind of bearish here. At the moment, I am. So we'll snap another line in here. Yeah, we're right on the 15 minutes right now. That's where they took it right there. So the half an hour we just tried to come up. We see them there, like the sellers are right here. I just want to see that break above and then take a long. $605. 151. 9 minutes left. Bulls losing time here. IWM's holding on for dear life. It's ready to fucking roll to the downside. Q's looking like it wants to roll down to 516. DIA coming into resistance from December 4th. VIX 9-day coming into its monthly trigger and its hourly trigger. So some volatility coming up here. DIX, same thing. USO going higher right now. No trade for me here. This is where they're trying to send it right here. 602. Oh. Slam the buy button. They didn't quite get the tick there. Short the tick. Tick should have went to 604.28. I think they're losing it. No new high. Watch this. Watch 603.55.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service.
Sorry, I'm working here in the background.
Save 92%.
We're holding this this right now. They're just murdering option chain too. That's a nice new low right there. can't take this trade. Too risky. I like this though. This is a nice little island right here. It's a beautiful little island. I like it. I need to see a new high. Can you give me a new high? Nope. Time to sell. Don't get long here. Nope. I'm gonna sell this fucker down. Don't like it. Yeah, I'm not gonna take the long here. I'm not interested in giving money back. Even if we go higher, I got no interest in it. Got none. Yeah, it looks great. Like, this all looks good. I mean, it looks fucking sexy. I guess what I want, I guess for me to take that, I'll show you what I want. I should take it, but I'm not gonna. Like, this all looks great right here. You know, like, so just look, take a peek at this. Like, I would really like, I mean, I'm kind of a pig here. Like, this 30 minutes coming up right now, I'd really like to see like bloodbath, and then that right there. You know, like at least something like that, right? At least a little bit farther down. I would need to see us like, I would need to see price like break out here, and then that would be the trade right there. Otherwise, the way is lower, and I definitely don't want to get caught under this shit into tomorrow. So I got no trade here right now. I got nothing. I want that trade because that's beautiful. Let's put this up here just so we can see. You can get a little bit of blood to the downside. There's no new low at 2 o'clock. No new low at this point. I guess there is. Well, that's the high. This is the low. No trade for me. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go bathroom, go potty, and I'll be right back with you guys. I do want to make an announcement that you guys are going to get mad at this. All the preliminary market briefs, are going to go on the website for now on, instead of showing you on the screen anymore. So at between 2 and 3 p.m. every day, I'm going to write a preliminary brief for you. I'm going to post it on the website, and then I'll adjust it and add to it or edit it late at night after 9 p.m. if anything changes when we open the market. If you have the brief from last night, it's generally nothing's changed. But I'm going to write one for you right now so that you have it before 3 and 4 p.m. so that you're ready for tomorrow. We're going to do a preview for FOMC today. So I'm going to show you some expectations for FOMC from Wall Street, and we're going to discuss that today in the show. So yeah, be slightly prepared for tomorrow. If you're watching us on stream anywhere out there, we're on stream all over the place right now. So But just be aware that you're going to get your brief, your preliminary expectations for tomorrow via the website. And so I'm going to take a quick break. It's 2:00. I'm going to have that brief up on the website by 3 p.m. and we can discuss it in the Discord or verbally. If you have any questions on it before the end of the day, so that you can position yourself into tomorrow. Give me like 15 minutes. I'll be right back.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
All right. If you are a subscriber or pro trader, take a look at what I just posted here on the website. Whoop. Rid of that. There's the Discord. Let's see if this works. This is the only first time we're doing this, so bear with me here. I'll have to work on this or work on how the layout of this. It's taking me longer than I expected, and I still got to add stuff to it tonight. But preliminary brief is posted. We'll update. An Asian market opens. Okay. Sorry, I'll put this stuff back up for you right now. 5 o'clock. If you have any questions, if you're watching the show right now, I just posted a preliminary brief on the website. And if you have any questions, head into the market chat and ask away. I'll try to address them here either verbally or typing to you for expectations for tomorrow. Tomorrow we've got FOMC at 2 p.m., presser at 2:30. I will say this to you right now. Now you can't really trust what the banks are saying. They'll only tell you what they've already been doing. They've been risk off here. And some of the data is saying that same stuff. Like COTs are showing, like hedge funds are kind of like still kind of long, but CTAs are doing their thing. They're waiting to get long. The at the money vol curve looks really fucking. It looks like we peak on volatility tomorrow, but it's a jagged edge thereafter. Even though vol passes from this FOMC meeting tomorrow. Now, it looks like this up here. By the way, our 60623 is R3 into the close today. Now, the 608.35, and then this is the prior high right here. Now we're kind of wonky here. I want to simplify this explanation. Keep it simple here, okay? Now there's more technical things I'm not going to go into here. Maybe if I have the time into the close today, I'll review some of this stuff, or I'll put it in the brief tonight. But basically, it's this, okay? You've got now. This is the gist. We know that flows were kind of wrap up into last Friday. There are some flows coming in right now, but there's an expectation of volatility this week and ending in first week of February, possibly even in the middle of February. We have an FOMC rate decision tomorrow, and we already know that Trump and Powell have been, not quite fighting with each other, but Trump is, give me a rate cut kind of shit. And then we have like the debacle last weekend with Colombia. We have a promise from the White House of tariffs on February 1st. This morning, Wall Street insiders are saying, hey, we're not going to get tariffs. And not only we're not going to get tariffs, but we likely don't get them until like July 1st. Well, the White House came out later today after that news was breaking. And they're like, no, fuck you. Tariffs are still on the table for February 1, and we're not taking them off the table. So I'm going to assume that this is Trump that wants to watch what Powell does tomorrow. And then if he chooses, he wants the ability to go after Powell or go after other countries. I shit you not. This is the shit we're living in right now, right? So there's some wariness now with the White House and saying, fuck you, no, we're not waiting for July 1st. We want the ability to institute tariffs between now and then. This doesn't give any leeway to Powell to say, oh, look, tomorrow's the thing, and Trump's saying he's willing to wait until July. Maybe we'll measure our hawkishness tomorrow. This doesn't leave. This is like a setup for Powell to, if you don't get a rate hike, or if you don't get a rate hike, it's like just pause tomorrow. You likely get a hawkish tone from the Fed chair. Okay, he's going to be like, "Fuck you." He'll say it nicely, but wait and see White House policy, right? That's what you're going to get. You're not going to get. He's not going to want to fight with Trump. He's not going to say you're going to get higher inflation, but he's going to tell you, like, wait and see at this point. I don't think you get a rate cut or hike tomorrow. I don't think you're going to get anything retaliatory from Trump, or not from Trump, from Powell. I think Powell is just going to play it like, hey, look, we don't know what policy is. We don't know the impact policy. He's not going to, I don't think he comes right out and says, we're going to get 25% hikes on Canada, Mexico, and doom and gloom and all the other shit. They're not purveyors of that typically. I would pay attention to what Powell has to say tomorrow in terms of openness. There's some argument going on about the Bank of Japan that they don't like coming into this like neutral, that's not neutral rate, but neutral stance of we can add 25 or take 25 away. There's an argument that Japan doesn't want to do that anymore, or give you any insight so that you're not pricing in those moves. And it leaves them the ability to change. So you might not get the friendly Fed that gives you too much information tomorrow. There's a possibility of that. So keep that in the back of your mind. Pay very close attention to Fed speak tomorrow and how Trump deals with all of this stuff. If it was me, if I was Powell, I would be non-committal. He's ready. I would say if I was Powell, I'd be like, look, I'm ready to fucking raise rates at a drop of a hat. If some shit, I would even be, if I was Powell, I'll be honest with you, emergency rate hike, I think that shit's on the table. You see some bullshit come out policy-wise from the White House, I would not be shocked to see Powell be quite open to emergency rate hikes or even cuts. And he might emphasize both of those courses of action if we're going to fuck around. Let's be honest. Now, is Trump going to fuck around? He knows he's got a window to do that. He knows he's got like right now into the beginning of the month. He knows there's volatility in the market. So you might get a lot of that in this next week or two. What I would say to you is remain guarded. If I had anything to say to you, you guys hear me say this shit, you guys don't listen. Today, it's 3:14 in the afternoon on fucking Tuesday. I would remain guarded. Now, I'll preface this with this. You knew that we were going to come into this week with possible volatility and lows to buy. You had an opportunity yesterday to get long if you wanted to. I would remain guarded into not only this FOMC, but the beginning of February. I think it's pragmatic for you to do that and look for opportunities. I wouldn't get bared up. I would just be looking for opportunities either tomorrow or on February 1st. You see 25% tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and Feb 1. This fucking market's going to dive. So we might grab some liquidity. This shit's going to go burn to the hell. You're not going to send, Mexico's claiming right now they're going to go into a recession. That shit's going to affect us. You've got soldiers on the border with Mexico. It's going to not force, but whenever Mexico's economy is doing horribly, it forces immigration into the U.S. So there's a lot of like moving parts there, and there's real danger. I got to be honest with you. There's real fucking danger here. Now, does that mean we don't squeeze up and up and up and up? No, we can squeeze up and up and up and up in that danger. But you need to be, this is a time for you to not be like, hey, everything's fucking great. Now, if price changes, if we start squeezing higher, get an all-time high, especially on SPX, we get great earnings, all this shit with Trump passes, get a nice little high, we come back down on an all-time high, come back down successfully, backtest an hourly trigger. I'm game for like up and to the right and changing my viewpoint and stance on that reserved sit back and watch the market stance that I have coming into this FOMC and into the beginning of February. I think it's rightfully so. That might also create the conditions for us to squeeze here. If everybody gets beard up, starts loading up on puts, they will fucking counter trade us all the way up until that volatility is passed, and then we'll blast down to the downside in late February. So there's some options mechanics that matter in here. There's what actually happens, what doesn't happen, unrealized, realized volatility. All those things, all those mechanics are very fluid. So you should be guarded and fluid for other outcomes in the next week or two. Be willing to shift your opinion as to what to expect in the future. That is what volatility is about, right? I don't think there's a rate hike. I don't think so. But I think the language, I want you to be clear with you. I know I watch this shit day in, day out. I spend hours in these data sets. Powell tomorrow, mark my fucking words, he is going to emphasize his ability to stick and move with outcomes with White House policy right now. I guarantee it. He's going to tell you. It would behoove him to tell you that. If he doesn't tell you tomorrow, I'd be quite upset because they haven't been an adversarial Fed. If I was not an adversarial Fed, if we're basing this on the assumption that they're not, they're likely going to change that language tomorrow and let you know specifically that if conditions change quickly, that they will be there. And we have many examples of this. I've been fucking in this market for too goddamn long for emergency cuts and emergency hikes. So I think he's willing to go toe to toe with Trump. I don't think he's going to be like it's Trump and it's this and it's that. But I think if they're not adversarial, they're gonna emphasize that they're willing to react at any moment. If we start seeing velocity in any of this data, especially unemployment, inflation, you are going to see the Fed step right the fuck in as soon as they possibly can to bite it in the ass. You can mark my words on that. So what else we got here? Anyways, I did post an expectation. I gave a little bit of expansion on what to expect, like not just this one up the move, this one down move, just so you can have a picture of what we're looking at here into tomorrow and into next week and some of the risk. If we don't have that, all that shit passes, we're up and to the right. So you had a chance to buy a dip yesterday. You may be afforded one or two more dips to buy this week, depending upon the outcome of policy, depending upon the outcome of the policy from the Fed, depending upon the bullshit with tariffs and all that other nonsense. This upcoming weekend into next week, we should escape this stuff. The good news is, as of tomorrow and the 1st, we should be right-tailing a lot of this stuff. Like we get into like the 1st of February, and all this stuff is going to be behind us, and we're going to start pricing in all that doom and gloom. We should be escaping at some point, hopefully by early February. So take a look at that outlook, see what you guys think. There are some outcomes that I didn't put on that expectation. We start making like an all-time high and back testing successfully. We'll switch that up to the upside. But you know what? I'll say something else in your favor too. Like daily velocity is in your favor. Daily velocity is definitely in your favor. It looks really fucking good. And then in a bull's favor. And then the other thing here is hopefully these tech companies that are reporting this week are ready to answer the hard questions. There is in the background here some downgrades coming in for some of these AI companies. NVDA is going to downgrade today too. And there are hedge funds that are looking for lower lows on NVIDIA. Now, they're going to base that shit on their reports. Not just NVIDIA, but like, what does Apple say? What does Microsoft say? What does Google have to say? They're going to get fucking grilled in their guidance, I assure you. They're going to get grilled, and they're going to want fucking answers about, hey, do you guys need all the spend? Do you guys not need this spend? Are you going to continue with all the spend? Can you just use this new fucking thing to save you a bunch of money? Are we going to squeeze the fuck out of Microsoft because Microsoft says, we don't need to spend all this money anymore. We got a bunch of cash on hand and, CapEx, fuck yeah, we're off and running. Or are they going to say, hell no, we're going to double down and we're not even paying attention to that shit. So it's going to be interesting watching the reports that come out for the rest of this week. We have a bunch to look forward to now and into the first week of February. We got all the big boys reporting this week, and they're all in the hot seat. So that alone is volatility as well. There can be a bumpy ride. We have not experienced a bumpy ride in some time. And if things get bumpy, you know, it's just like waking up Monday morning, right? You're like, hey, everything is fine on Sunday. Some of you thought everything would be fine on Sunday, and we're down, right? Tech was down almost 5%, right? On Sunday to Monday, I think tech was down 5%. Individual tickers, I mean NASDAQ, but individual tickers were down. They got fucking hammered. So a drop of the hat, no problemo going down. No problemo. What else? Yep, 100%. Let me see what you guys are saying in the Discord here. That's a great read right there. That monetary and fiscal history of the U.S. That's a really good read, by the way, Nick. None of this, a lot of what you guys are talking about has nothing to do with the stock market. I'm warning you. There's nothing to do with the stock market. Some of the shit that I'm reading, I'm like, has zero to do with the stock market. You're like convoluting something that's politics, economic cycle, impacts, and has zero to do with the stock market. You'll learn, I promise. You're gonna get paid. Some of you guys paid last Friday when we squeezed up into the close, and some of you fuckers paid on Sunday. So you'll learn, I promise. You will learn, I guarantee it. This 4 years is going to be a lesson for some of you. Not all of you. The ones that went through the last time Trump was president, you learned real fucking fast. It didn't take long to learn. Did not take long to learn. It's a really great environment to react. It's like a really kick-ass environment to like sell big squeezes, buy big dumps. Like a reaction trader is going to do awesome these, maybe not the full 4 years, but like the first 2 years. As long as his words matter and the White House's words matter and policy matters, it's very active when Trump's president. So there's no denying it. Absolutely no denying it. Congratulations on making almost half your money back. Congratulations. I'm making good money this week. I'm doing really well. I'm doing very, very well this week. The price change has been outstanding to buy and sell. A lot of money to be made in this market. This Trump presidency should bring a ton of money into the market, or a ton of money to be made in this market. Okay, what else I got for you guys? Let's see if I can read some stuff to you here before the end of the day here. It's 3:24. You have your expectations into tomorrow. Just note in that outlook that there's no wicks in that outlook, so we can easily wick higher, wick lower on the upside moves and the downside moves. According to B of A, U.S. equities saw their first outflows, 1.8 billion last week since last week prior to the U.S. election, driven largely by ETF outflows rather than single stock activity. Institutional and hedge fund clients were net sellers. Remember, this was last week, not this week. They're looking to get long as of yesterday, or yesterday looking to get long. And the rest of this week into next week, they're looking to get long on any volatility. Institution and hedge fund clients were net sellers, consistent with their typical January trends, while private clients were net buyers for the seventh consecutive week with a focus on financials, healthcare, and energy sectors. Staples sector experienced significant outflows, marking one of the largest weekly outflows in data history, whereas healthcare continued to see the largest inflows, followed by energy. Additionally, broad ETF outflows occurred across styles, size, and most sectors, with energy and tech ETFs leading the decline, though healthcare and staples ETFs saw some inflows despite notable single stock outflows in those sectors. Another note to you here too: Wall Street is pricing in right now a truce between Ukraine and Russia. I want to make you aware of that. If you are a member, I'm going to give you the details on that in a brief this evening, so you can look for what Wall Street is pricing in. So you're going to be looking for, you are going to be looking for a ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia. And I'll tell you what, they get this shit right a lot of the time. They got a lot of the election right. They were on top of it all through summer, and when things changed, they adjusted. But for right now, we are beginning to price in. There are some baskets out there that are being longed and shorted on a ceasefire with Russia and Ukraine. Put that in your hat. If you see people out there saying that's never going to happen, Wall Street is pricing that in currently. What else do I have for you guys? Hang tight here. I got a midday outlook for you here. Where did I see that midday outlook? I'll read a couple things for you here. Let's see what I got here. 7 hours ago, 5 hours ago. U.S. retail clients buy across AI winners and hefty volumes on Monday. So retailers are buying yesterday. There were 360 million of inflows from UBS retail market making RMM clients on Monday. The AI sell-off did not scare off retail investors who were buyers across all AI-based stocks at a record pace on volumes that were at levels not seen since the onset of the Russian-Ukraine conflict in February of 2022. Inflows were heavily concentrated on AI-themed stocks as the AI winners. UBS thematic basket had the largest inflows on record, with data going back to the creation of the AI winners basket in May 2023. I'm not going to show you that table. But the biggest inflows were into NVDA, AVGO, TSM, ORCL, Oracle, MSFT, MU, Goog, and AMD. GS hedge fund performance estimates. Fundamental long-short managers were down negative 1.1% yesterday, driven by beta losses and negative alpha. Momentum and concentrated longs were among the negative alpha contributors. Fundamental long-short returns are now up 1.5% on a month-to-date basis. On the other hand, systematic long-short managers, quants, finished up 1.7%, a 3.5 standard deviation event versus the past year, driven by positive contribution from being short high beta and high vol names, partially offset by the momentum sell-off. Since the systematic long-short returns are now up 3.3% on a month-to-date basis. Whew, what else we got here? Got a lot of shit to read through. MS remains positive on AI. Semis cuts NVIDIA price target PT to 152 from 166. I'm going to read to you really quick Morgan Stanley's thoughts on DeepSeek and other concerns. Why we remain positive on AI and semis. DeepSeek releases highlights evolutionary innovation in AI, some of which may be deflationary. That said, the stock market reaction is probably more important than the cause and could bring further export controls or reduce spending enthusiasm. Trimming PTs but remaining positive. The magnitude of the reaction to DeepSeek's release was surprising to us. While DeepSeek R1 is an interesting product, but that by all accounts will be competitive, that's not at all surprising to us. We expected China to be competitive in AI. Remember, this is who's using a shovel, right? Not the person that makes the shovel, the chips. As they have been spending quite a bit more money developing AI, and export controls cannot prevent those investments. And DeepSeek has been prominent in those discussions since at least mid last year. That said, there are several questions raised by this. Is China competing in AI without the access to higher volume GPUs? Broadly speaking, the answer to this is no. We believe that NVIDIA has sold well over 10 billion of H2Os, a specialized product designed for China, in the last 12 months, and AMD has done well with products that meet performance limitations. While export controls have prohibited sales of higher-end GPUs into China, and we believe that our covered companies have scrupulously followed those rules, Chinese companies can train models outside of China and have done so. But DeepSeek was developed on only $6 million of hardware. Importantly, that $6 million per the DeepSeek report does not include costs associated with prior research and ablation experiments on architectures, algorithms, and data, which is an important caveat. It is still, by all accounts, an efficient design. In an NVDA DA release, the company commented that DeepSeek's work illustrates how new models can be created using that technique, leveraging wide available models. What else we got here? So you could say here that Wall Street still seems like they're upbeat. They seem upbeat on these earnings. We had a nice down move yesterday, so we could get a nice little spike on these earnings. And also, just a note here and an update on earnings. After the bell today. Hold on, can I get the earnings? Where's the earnings at? Come on now. Show me the earnings. Where are they at? After the bell today, on Tuesday, we get Starbucks, PCA, Logitech, Lending Club, Chubb, BXP, Stryker, Stride, Nextracker, Manhattan, Galliano Gold, and F5 Corvo. Tomorrow, before the open, we get NASDAQ, which should be huge. We get Danaher, we get Hera, we get Avnet, VF Corporation, Flex, Hess, Eagle Materials, Brinker, Lennox, Otis, MI Homes, Corning, Group 1 Automotive, and Extreme. But the big boys come out Wednesday. After FOMC, we get Tesla, IBM, we get Meta, we get Whirlpool, Microsoft, Lam Research, Wolfspeed, Levi's, Western Digital, ServiceNow, and others. We also get on Thursday open UPS. We get MasterCard, Blackstone, Caterpillar, Nokia, Cigna, Sherwin-Williams, 1-800-Flowers, Columbia. We also get Altria, Thermo Fisher Scientific, Mobileye. And then the big boys come in again on Thursday. So heavy hitters on Wednesday and Thursday in the midst of all of this other external FOMC, Trump, tariffs. We get Apple, Visa, Intel, CN, Appfolio, KLA, Baker Hughes, Decker Brands, Olin, Amerisbank, Federated Hermes, and SkyWest. On Friday, we wrap up with a lot of energy companies. We get ExxonMobil, Chevron, AbbVie, Charter, Granger. We get some Arm & Hammer, a bunch of stuff from Dow Jones Industrial Average. You get Autoliv, Brookfield, Novartis, Franklin, Templeton, and Eaton. And you actually saw the ramping this week in the Dow in particular. What else I got here? I think that's all I've got. Right now. So for the rest of today, do you guys have any questions in the Discord or no? You're pissed about Baba? You're pissed about Baba? I thought it seemed like today that we had a lot of double speak. We had like speak from Wall Street, then we had speak from the White House. It was like a big back and forth here into the 1st of February. We got Delta or Walter Bloomberg coming out and saying odds of a tariff hits 85%. 87% as White House plans Canada and Mexico tariffs this week. That's pretty big, right? White House Feb 1 date for tariffs on Canada and Mexico still holds. U.S. Senator Senator Murphy says Connecticut's Medicaid payment system has been turned off. Doctors and that has something that has to do with the White House bullshit and funding. What else do we have here? I don't see much else. Not really seeing too much else here. See if Trump said anything. Nothing from Trump from Truth Social. Man, I wonder if the fireworks are going to fly. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting day, to say the fucking least. What time is it right now? It's 3:30 in the afternoon. We're coming into the 4 o'clock hour here. I'd like to see this squeeze up. Can we get this squeeze? Give me that squeeze, baby. Clean that. Let's clean this shit out in the close. I really want to see this. I really want to see this gap closure. I don't want them, if they leave us hanging, right? We could come in tomorrow and dick around in the morning. Fuck around between like 9:30 and it's possible they leave this shit open here into tomorrow for some room to trade higher in the morning. I want to get long Baba. I'm trying to get long on Baba right now. I think that China shit passes. I think that shit's been priced in, like that whole China trade into Baba. Like I think it's all been priced in. Baba got annihilated. Yeah, brief is up right now. It'll be adjusted this evening, or not just, but I'll add some color to it this evening. I'm trying to get this stuff out earlier to you guys so you can like plan ahead. You can like plan into the close. You can plan into tomorrow. Anything funky happens, just a few changes, some updates after 9 p.m. So I'm trying to get the stuff earlier to you so it's actionable. Not actionable for the second day, but actionable for the close and planning ahead. I think my stance here, if you really like a condensed down version of my stance here, is I think it's a great opportunity to just hang out. Like from now until like early February. Yesterday was a prime example. And if we hit an air pocket, you get long. It's a no-brainer. You get the opportunity. You may hopefully get 1-2 chances to get long, and if we start to trade higher, we get long again into March and April. If this shit starts to pass and all the earnings are great, all the guidance is like, yeah. We knew about Deep Sink, depth charge 6. We knew about Donkey's butthole. We were all over that. Did you guys see like Meta? Like Meta like a week ago is like Meta, or like Zuckerberg like a week ago was like shitting on Apple. Zuckerberg's like swinging his dick around everywhere. He's got his lizard eyes flapping, and he like full on shit on Tim Apple last week. And then it was just like it was in school. Like Zuckerberg's like, oh shit, what's this Deep Star 6 shit? And he's like, we got teams working on it right now. And you know what's fucked up about Meta? Meta just laid a bunch of people off. Meta's been bragging. Meta's been like, we don't need no engineers. We're going full LLMs to write all of our code. and then he's like shitting on Apple for like shitty product design and no new products. And then all that shit the Sunday into early this week, he had like pictures of like engineers in a round table working hard. Exactly, John H. Thoughts on Misfit TikTok deal? So I traded that when it first broke years ago. Made a bunch of money. I'm calling this like Trump bullshit 2.0. So like the original TikTok thing, right? When it first happened, it broke on CNBC. A reporter thought the news had already broke, so he started discussing it, and Microsoft fucking mooned. It's like the deal 2.0. So the first time it was Microsoft, then it was Oracle. Oracle fucking mooned, and then they sold Microsoft, they sold Oracle, and the same shit happened this week, right? They like pumped Oracle on this other deal, and they're pumping Microsoft on a TikTok deal. I don't know who it goes to. My take was that it was Zuckerberg. And then when Zuckerberg was in DC and shit, I think they're all vying for it. Well, my take on TikTok is what? Oh, who gets TikTok? I would say it's not a done deal with Microsoft. It's a pump and dump behind all these companies. Who do I think gets it? I don't know. I'll be honest. At this point, I don't know. A lot of this shit seems like, this reminds me of Trump's first presidency, guys. Like, there was so much bullshit in Trump's first presidency with like he was shitting on companies that had like thousands of employees, and then there'd be like an office space somewhere with like 3 employees that he did a deal with. And he would like pump another company for a drug that was never going to make a real drug. It was really fucked up. It was a lot of like backroom deals. I come to DC, we make a deal. I go long on some shit stonk, and the stonk goes to fucking $400. This whole TikTok deal feels the same way to me. Everything's for sale right now. The whole fucking thing's for sale. I got to be honest with you. The whole fucking thing's for sale right now. It's been a week. It's been a fucking week. We didn't even have a full week last week. Like a half a week. It's been a week. We're 1 week in. I think everything's on the table right now. Come on. Did you ever see this with any other president? Never. You guys gotta take that shit out, like the hat off, you guys. You gotta take the hat off. Like, I get it. You like Trump. I get it. But like, be honest. God. You're so. I don't want to put the Main Street hat on because that would go off the fucking rails right now. I really would, but you know, the Wall Street hat on. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, it's surprise Walmart TikTok buy. For me right now, like with my Wall Street hat on, I think anything can happen. Literally anything. Anything at all. Nothing would shock me right now. There's like zero that would shock me. He's obsessing. You would have gotten hammered last weekend and this weekend. You know, my thought was to just turn the show off for the 4 years and trade it, trade the reaction alone. I could do that. We could start that. You guys want to do that? We could do that. You just turn off the stream. I could do a self-guided stream, and I'll trade this election with like myself and a few friends. That might be better. We should do that. Let me check with the Discord and ask them. Hold on, let me ask those guys. I was thinking the same thing, go private. I'm with you guys. We could just take this fucker private. I'm for that. You guys want to go private? I do too. I think we go private. We should try it. Let's try to go private. We'll just do a private stream. I'm with you guys too. Should we try it for a week or two? See what happens? We'll let these fucks trade alone. I think it'd be great. I know. Enough of the counter traders, copy traders. Yeah, I'm with you too. Yeah, we you know what? Let me see if we can do that. Maybe we'll do a private stream for like. How about we do a private stream for this week and try it out? Well, how about we do a private stream from now until February 5th or 6th? You want to do that? What about a private stream until like early February? We'll just try it out for size. Yeah, I think we could do that. I'm game on for that. We could try it for like a week or two. That's like a perfect time to do it too, right? Volatility? Fucking right. I think it'd be a gangster. All right, I gotta check with the admins and make sure I'm not stepping on toes here. Someone's saying like, if you want to watch the private stream, you got to get in the Discord to watch it. I'm for that. Yeah, I'm totally for that. Yeah, let's do it. I'm for it. Let's try that out. How about this? We're just gonna try it out for some. Let me just check. Let me see if I can do this. I'm gonna ask. Let me check and see. Let's see if I get the okay, the yes or no on this. Private as a test run until first week of February. February? Let's see what the answer is. If I get like, you fucking crazy, I'm down for it. It's the perfect time to do it, right? I think it's the absolute perfect time to do it. I think like this week would be a good test run for it. Because we got volatility, right? Let me see if I can get an answer. I'll get admonished right in the stream. No, you cannot do that. I must watch the stream. Yeah. I would. Yeah. Anyone in the Discord, if you're in the Discord, you'd be able to. If you're in the market chat, like a subscriber, you'd be able to watch stream. Let's make it exclusive. Fucking all of us. We don't have to watch the whole world watch. Let them fuck around with themselves for the next week or two. Fucking, you want to harp on this and say this shit doesn't matter? Get fucked. How about this? We'll do it right now. We'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream's private. It's like the biggest month. It's like the biggest day of the month too for us. We get like 5,000-6,000. We get like 5,000 or 6,000 viewers. I think we get like 4,000 on YouTube. We get like Twitch gets at least 1,000. Then we get like 3 other platforms we trade on. It's like 8,000, 10,000 people watching. We'll just take it private. See how that shit goes. All right, Ryan said no. All right. It's public tomorrow. It's public. All right, the stream's public tomorrow. I can't do it. People are saying no. People are saying get fucked. No way. You're here tomorrow. Fucking, I was gonna say something. Now I'm getting shit out on the Discord. They're like, get fucked, Cap. The fucking Discord's like, take that shit private. Do it. It'd be hilarious. Discord's not fun. They're not nice. Open up a whole can of worms the day before FOMC. Send up. Fucking everybody's gonna be talking about this shit. Hold on, let me see. I just got a text message. I'll see if I can do it. I just got told no. Just got told fuck no. Oh God. Yeah, it's kind of crazy shit, right? Kind of crazy ass shit. All right, so what we'll do is the stream will be public tomorrow. The stream will be public tomorrow. We'll revisit this topic though. We'll definitely revisit this topic. I like the public stream. I'll be honest with you. I dig the public stream. I got no problem with it. I like it. I've always liked public stream. I started this shit because I wanted someone blabbing in the background while I was fucking trading all day long, like hands down. Yeah, I know. I'm with you, Condor. I'm with you, Condor. Oh man, I talked to Joe about it. I was like, yeah, maybe we should do like self-guided on Mondays or Fridays, and then do the stream only like 4 days a week. Then I was like, maybe we'll just do recorded videos, switch from live stream to like a recorded nighttime video. No more live stream, but literally like there's something about this fucking live stream that I love. Like just like the fact that it's on Monday through, like, try to be on Monday through Friday, 9 to 4, you know, or 9:30 to 4 is kind of cool. I hope it grows. I would really like it to one day to be able to just do like interview style during the daytime, like have a guest on every day. We're not there. We've tried that format, but we're just not big enough yet. But I would love for that to happen, to like grow into that at some point. We're almost there. What the people are telling me was that I have to do this for like 4 or 5 years, and then it'll like morph into that next. It'll come into what it should become. But they say, and I agree with these people. It takes. I'm not a broadcaster, so you figure it'd probably take me 3 to 5 years to like turn this show into something that's proper. We're close. We're like, I think the next year or two will, but we're not quite there. But I think it could turn into something kind of cool. And if all else fails, I'll send a resume out to my local AM radio station. I'll become a broadcaster. I'll be. This is Captain Jim James here with your local news this morning on 680 REGARDF AM. Into the podcasting era. I'll have my like fake helicopter in the background. Brrr. I'm outside of town right now, and it's raining cats and dogs. Cats and dogs. Yeah, that's what I'm worried. I'm worried about the Colombia stuff with Mexico and Canada. Like, you start in the morning with like you're on one side of everything, and by afternoon or late night, everything has changed. I'm not getting famous for anybody. No, you guys are my friends. You forever. You guys are stuck with me. You guys are mine. You guys are definitely stuck with me. No fame. No, don't want to be famous. No, man. I don't think we've ever talked about Biden, did we? I don't think I ever talked about Biden in the show. I don't think we ever discussed Biden. Biden was never discussable. He never did anything that was like impacted the market. So there was no reason to talk about him. I used to shit talk on Biden. I'm not a fan of Biden. I'm a Bernie bro. I fucking hate Biden. You got it. If it moves the market, I'll talk about it. If Biden was moving the market, I would have talked about him more. But he didn't do shit. He didn't do shit to move the market. Not a goddamn thing. Trump's a godsend to the market. He brings volatility to the market, period. It's a good fucking thing, right? You make a lot of money. I made like COVID. Oh my God. I made so much fucking money during COVID. It wasn't even funny. It was ridiculous. Colombia. Colombia is a weird thing. Like, Colombia has major implications for South America. They're like a really big ally of ours. We're losing footing. We're talking about wanting to kick China out of the Panama Canal. I'm with that. I don't fucking want China with a foothold. And Colombia said they would do more trade with China. I'm assuming that was negotiated like late night when they made that commentary. Because we need a jump point. I'll be honest with you. We go to war down there. We want Colombia. We want to be able to refuel there. We want to be able to dock there if we need to do repairs there. We got a war down there. They're a big ally of ours. So like that's part of that whole Panama thing. That's the same thing with Greenland. All these like we don't want Canada making fucking pacts with the EU and NATO and shit. We don't want Mexico turning to fucking China and Russia. We don't want any of that shit. We want them to do what we want them to do, but we don't want them to fucking be turning away from us either. Yeah, I don't want them moving to China. I don't want any of that shit. Jerome moving to... You guys are doing credit spreads right now? I'd like to see us move higher and close that gap before tomorrow, and then what the brief says we should happen. I'll be fascinated to see if that happens. That brief happens. I'll be fascinated. I will be, because there's gonna be a lot of like zip up your mouth stuff. Let's take a look. I want to look around here and see what's going on. There's still a little bit more gap on Qs to close. There's what's nice about this, like Qs in particular has more room to run to compensate for the reports on Wednesday, Thursday. If you guys have the brief right now, like Qs has more room for good reports and more upside, and like accounting for a squeeze. And if we get like a squeeze, like there's this, like if you take a look at all the indexes, right? How they're positioned right now, there's like positioning to sell small caps on a hawkish Fed, right? Look, follow me on this. If you're looking at the brief right now, right, how it's positioned, it looks like DIA has front run a lot of the reports this week for the rest of this week, right? To sell the news on those reports. QQQs has more room for an upside squeeze on the reports on Wednesday and Thursday. Listen closely. This is serious shit here. I'm not fucking around now. But seriously. Qs has room for squeezing on good reports while they hedge SPY. It's like SPY, like sideways trade with that downside move. Qs with the ability to squeeze and come back down to join SPY later. They front ran the Dow Jones reports, and they have small caps positioned for hawkish Fed speak. If you look at them all as a whole together, you can kind of see it, right? You can kind of see how all the indexes are positioned right now. So like the Qs are positioned for good reports, good guidance. SPY is positioned to be hedged. Small caps is positioned to sell hawkish news from the Federal Reserve, and Qs has been and DIA has been front ran. Do I think Meta's been way front ran? We reviewed all these stocks last week, right, on Friday, and I told you it'd be a downside move into their reports. We got it right, almost to the tick. So do I think it's been front run enough? No. I think they can get more. I think get it. Well, I'll say this. I think that if they have good reports, you get a squeeze. They'll slam it down, and you're going to get the big print in March, April. You'll escape it first couple weeks of February. It's way overbought the last few days. It was way overbought pre-market on Monday, right? Like, so on Friday, I told you they'd sell it down into their ER. They sold it down Sunday into Monday. They got rebought again for a squeeze tomorrow. And then it should dump. And then it should escape again after we get out of early February. Does that make any sense? Okay, it's 4 p.m. Don't worry, I'm just fucking with all of you guys out there. We're not fucking going private this week. It's fucking like you can't go private this week. We're not dumping that on you guys. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. You know what? I'll see you at 10:30 in the morning. Not 9:30. Tomorrow's FOMC day. 10 fucking 30. There's nothing to be gained tomorrow between 9:30 and 10:30. As a matter of fact, what you're going to see tomorrow is like the Harlem Globetrotters. A bunch of traditional easy layups from like 9:30 to 10:30. And you're going to see the sideways trade. We'll get prepped up for FOMC. You guys know how this runs, right? And then we'll have the action shots at I'll put the stream on at 9:30. I won't be on till 10:30 tomorrow. I don't think. Maybe I will. The stream will be up at 9:30, but I might not be on until 10:30. I don't think it's worth getting on until like 10:30. We'll have a big full show for you tomorrow. I'll see if I can get a guest or something, to join us tomorrow.